Went to sleep whenever me, and then I went away. But if I let me away, what if I let me away, and if I went away, I'll lean away. Get from me, get from me, get from me, get from me, get from me.
What's up, everybody? How's it going? The White House. The memes just keep coming from the White House, I tell you. What do we got going on here? Just keep coming from the White House. They don't play. Lol, you scripted this? What's up, everybody? Let's see who's here tonight. Wow, I got a lot of people talking here. We got first person is Plussy Tickled was Jody over there on the Rumble. G Sharkman says first. That's right, he was first, and then I Am Bob was second in the YouTube, and Dino Gagax was third, and He's Dead Jim was fourth. Oh, Hefty Jeffries might say, "Hola amigos, buenas burritos." Trumpinator says, "Jim, I can't wait to be told." Well, thank you, Brian Ogden. Hey, how's it going? Yo, none of your business. What's up, Terry? Pierogies or beef or fried ravioli is my question of the day. I like pierogies better, to tell you the truth. We're going to start taking bets on how many days the government will be shut down. I think I might go longer than people suspected, just because, probably 30 days, maybe even longer. Karen O, what's going on? And Terry, what's up? Catherine K. Oh, Mother Papillons is here. Tim Lorsung is here. Yeah, if Republicans caving would be self-suicide, it definitely would be. Mika, what's up? There's too many rhinos anymore. There's a lot of rhinos. Karen O, what's up? How you doing? Steve Hilliard, hey, buddy, what's up? JD, what's up? How you doing? Dalu, that was a great meme. It was pretty good. None of your business. They forgot their sombreros. Yeah, they didn't. That one didn't have sombreros. I don't know. Maybe the sombreros are getting too big. No Jabsky. What's up, buddy? Renee Collins, how you doing? Phil Coggins said, sorry for my Nintendo's hockey's on. I'm out for the next 9 months. Oh, well, stuff happens, you know? Stuff happens. Geez. Yeah, I'm trying to see who else. Did I miss anybody? I think I said hi to everyone who's here right now. So I think I did. Pretty sure I did. That was pretty good, right? That was a good meme. Jim, make me smart, Jim. I'm going to try. I'm going to do my best to make everyone smart. As you can see, I got 2 Snapples and a drink. So I'm ready for the night. What's up? Hey, what's up, Paula? How you doing? Yeah. And Rachel Boone says, hello, Jim. Good to see you. Good to see you guys too. So let's see. Let's go to our first story. Yeah. Like the hit button. Jim says, hi, you are smart. That's right. Yeah. Me too. Yeah. Hit the like button. Hit the like button. Hit the like button. Okay. First story of the evening. Oh, wait. I did put autofocus on. I wonder if is that gonna be a problem? Is it gonna start jacking with stuff? Autofocus? Whatever. We'll figure it out. If it does, I'll change it. Okay. So this is the first story that I have for the evening. I thought this was very important. When I saw this, it says Fox News alert. A majority of the Supreme Court justices signaled their intent to overturn Colorado's ban on conversion therapy for minors on Tuesday, suggesting they may sympathize with a licensed counselor's claim that the law infringes on her First Amendment rights. Kind of makes sense there, because oh my God, my hair got all jacked up today. What's going on here? Whatever, it is what it is. Portlandies kick in, got kids with the nutards tonight. Is there people in Portland already getting goofy? I don't know. We got some stuff from Portland from earlier. It was Christy Noam went to Portland and talked to some people. So John Roberts said conversion therapy is used if someone feels like they're of a different sex than when they were born. The conversion therapy is sometimes used to bring them back to the original gender assignment. John, you said the First Amendment protects the right of the therapist to say what she believes. Yeah, they do push the other way, and there's no problem with them pushing the other way, right? That's what they say. So maybe, I don't know. We'll have to see. Hey, Dina Scala, what's up, Schaller? How you doing? So we'll see what this says here.
The Supreme Court today hearing arguments in one of its most anticipated cases this session, Childs versus Salazar, centers around a Colorado law banning conversion therapy for children. The counselor says the law violates her First Amendment rights of speech and religion. Let's bring in John Yoo, former Deputy Assistant Attorney General. So the Alliance Defending Freedom has partnered with Kaylee Childs. They argued that the ban violates a therapist's right of free speech in conducting therapy sessions. Opponents, including the American Medical Association and the American Psychiatric Association, say the practice doesn't work. Here's part of their filing. Regardless of how it's performed, conversion therapy is ineffective and is associated with harms that include depression, anxiety, loss of faith, and suicidality. For these reasons, laws like Colorado's exist in 25 states and have the support of every major healthcare association in the country. Conversion therapy is used if somebody feels like they're of a different sex than they were born. The conversion therapy is sometimes used to try to bring them back to their original gender assignment. So where do you come down on all of this?
Sean, this is one of the major cases in what's going to be a big term at the Supreme Court. States generally have the right to regulate the practice of medicine or law in their states. The court just last year in a case called Scrimeti reaffirmed that when it said a state could prohibit gender transition medical treatments. But a state can't go so far as to use these kinds of regulations to control what people say, even though the government can say you can't do certain medical procedures or those kind of medical procedures. They can't say, but you can't speak at all, that you're not allowed to have a viewpoint. Then the First Amendment protects the right, I think here, of the therapist, Ms. Childs, to say what she believes.
So here's what she said. I want to be able to operate genuinely and create therapeutic relationships that are not hindered by the values and positions of our state. She claims that she has had to turn away clients who are interested in conversion therapy. They also point out that these associations have been wrong about other issues in the past. For example, the American Psychiatric Association, until 1973, considered homosexuality to be a mental disorder. I mean, the science around all of this is pretty fluid at the moment.
That's a good point, John. One of the things that the Childs says, and I think she's right about this, is that if you are going to restrict my speech based on the viewpoint, because notice speech on the other side saying it's okay to change gender identity is not prohibited. Only speech going one way is prohibited. She's right to say, if you're going to limit my speech, then the government must have compelling proof that what it's doing is necessary to protect health and safety. And as you say, John, the evidence is still out, is not still confirmed. There's still no, I think, 100% consensus on the medical success one way or the other. But putting that aside, I think she has the right to freedom of speech. She's not actually doing anything, no medical treatments other than talking. Think about it this way. Suppose the Confederate states, in their power to regulate lawyers, had said, no lawyers allowed to make an argument challenging segregation. You can only make arguments in favor of segregation. That, too, would be using professional control over the practice of law as a way to control speech.
And again, the science around all of this is so fluid. We saw that Europe was out front when it came to transgender treatments and hormone treatments. Now they've gone 180 degrees and dialed that back the other way. So maybe there's more to come before the final decision is rendered. And I guess we won't hear from the Supreme Court about this until next summer. But John, thank you for joining us. Really appreciate it.
I have to say, I kind of, let's see, Brian Ogden with 10 says, like, wait for doctors to say original gender assignment. Original gender assignment. The whole thing assigned at birth. They're playing commie Marxist, rules for radical games with language. That's what that is. But yeah. But thank you very much for the 10. Pictures and Cacho from Virgo. I don't know what that means. From birth. From birth. Okay. Yeah. You were hoping Andy might go. It sounds like he's stream sniping. He's still deciding, but set up to keep the roads closed off. He also saw, looks like Broadview is curfewing. Yeah, I saw the mayor of Broadview issued a curfew. They're not allowing any protests there at dark. And hey, what's up, ID? How you doing, buddy? It cuts out the parents of bringing up a child. Well, I mean, if a parents want to talk to the child and they're whatever and they're religious, I don't know. I mean, the parents want to take the kid to talk to somebody, like to say a counselor can't try to talk to them and try to unconfuse them if they're confused. I mean, this whole thing, like if they're confused, they immediately have to put them on hormones and start doing all this stuff. It's kind of like, whoa. Or they have no problem with therapists and these people talking to them, telling them, well, you must be transgender or you must be this. Kind of seems like if it's going to go one way, it's got to go the other way too. If you can say you can't talk to people, this conversion therapy to make it legal. There's other states where it's illegal also. So this is kind of, if the Supreme Court takes this, it's going to have a problem because I'm pretty sure it's illegal in California. It's illegal in New York. It's illegal in Illinois. So we'll have to see what. Yeah, Europe, pretty obvious. Definitely. Orwellian language, yes, it is. You were assigned flaming heterosexual male by God. There you go. Wrong chat window. Don't worry about it. It's okay. Why confused? Find groomer. Well, I'm saying that, kids get into fads. It's filthy sex offenders want the new change. Yes, they do. Yeah, definitely. California, right, is definitely. Cash App. Oh, I'm sorry. I thought California. Okay. All right. Well, another mom that wants Bella. He says Bella has to come on the show. That's what she says. Mm-hmm, 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 mm-hmm. She's like hanging off the bed in a different spot tonight. It's crazy what she's doing there. Let me, hold on, I got to fix myself too here. Another thing. There we go. Now I feel better. Do you feel better? I feel better. So we'll do this. Yes, there's Bella, Pepperoni. I just can't stand not seeing her. Well, I appreciate that. And she appreciates that. It's very, thank you very much. Oh, wait, I got to fix the banner too now because with the 25 and then the 10, that means we are 40 away from an additional hour, from the first additional hour, that is. Save, show, go. I would tip her over, but Bella is on drugs. She actually is on drugs right now. She is on some amoxicillin and some other stuff, but she is feeling better. She was running around like all full of piss and vinegar earlier today. So, but thank you so much, another mom. So thank you so much. Oh, there she goes. Look at her move. Look at her stretching. Oh, look at her go. No. Yeah, confusion happens in the head, not in the burrito peen. Yes, that's true. That's true. Hey, what's up, cannibalistic wizard? Doggy. You see the strings? Oh no, I'm gonna have to. You can see the strings on her. Uh-oh. Oh yeah, no, she don't feel bad. She like I didn't even realize she had her like normal checkup, and they did all these checks. They said, oh, she's got a urinary tract infection or something. I was like, okay. Hmm. Yeah, Bella, she just rolled over when you mentioned her. Yeah, that's what she does. She'll do things. She does stuff. So let's see here. Do I bill extra if she moves? Well, it costs more when she moves because every time she moves, I got to feed her more. Then we got this. We got Justice Jackson could use a crash course on the First Amendment. The key part she left out in her description is that the First Amendment protects communication of messages. By preventing the government from abridging that expression, those rights don't cease in one's professional capacity. And Colorado's law restricts therapists from certain conversations with their clients. So here, we're going to listen to some of the smartest person on the Supreme Court now, Justice Jackson.
Justice Kavanaugh, Justice Barrett, Justice Jackson.
So, as I understand it, the First Amendment protects the communication of messages, expression, etc. Am I right about that? I mean, you're communicating, and that's what the First Amendment is about.
Correct.
So I guess I'm still just struggling with whether a therapist who is acting in their professional capacity to help someone achieve their goals is really expressing the kind of message or expressing a message for First Amendment purposes. I mean, I understand if Ms. Childs here were writing an article about conversion therapy or writing or giving a speech about it. But it's just a little puzzling to me that she would stand in a different position than a medical professional who has exactly the same goals, exactly the same interests, and would just be prescribing medication for that rather than her talking with the client.
I don't think that they would have exactly the same goals.
Why not?
Because this involves a conversation.
Yes.
There is a back and forth. So this court has recognized many times in cases like McCullen that a one-on-one conversation is a form of speech. And that's exactly what's going on with Ms. Childs and her clients. So when she engages in those conversations, she's encouraging them to achieve their goals. She's discussing concepts of identity and behavior and attractions and how they fit together. This is an ongoing active dialogue where she's helping them to explore their goals, and that absolutely has to be protected by the First Amendment.
Yeah, she should not be a judge. I don't understand how, just because she's talking, how that's protected by the First Amendment. You know, like, if she wrote a letter, that would be protected, but just speaking, you know, like freedom of speech. Oh, I mean, freedom of expression. Yeah. It's a DEI biologist. It definitely is. Yes. SB Farmer, nice to see you. Marjorie, hi, how you doing? Yeah. Affirmation isn't always healthy. No, it's not. It's crazy, right? Though that's a Supreme Court judge, a justice. She said, I'm not a biologist. They asked, what is a woman? Remember, I'm not a biologist. You know, I understand that the First Amendment protects speech and expression, but how is a conversation speech? If he was on a podium giving a speech, like this idiot, people like her would say that the only protected speech would be like if you're on a like actually on a stage or a podium giving a speech. Use pronouns of protons, electrons, and proton. Just set up a sawhorse table in my second room. Going to build enclosure this weekend to vent out the shit. Okay. I don't know what that means. Yeah, you don't need to be a lawyer or know the law or know the Constitution to be a SCOTUS judge. No, you don't. Clearly not. Yeah. So here's the story. It says the Supreme Court appears to favor counselor in conversion therapy case. I mean, it should be 9-0. It really should be. The fact that it won't be 9-0 just tells you where the where these other justices are coming from.
One plan available, but it is limited and it is not an option for everyone.
No, this is not about this. So the U.S. Supreme Court seems to be leaning towards the Christian counselor challenging the bans on the conversion therapy for minors. Justices on Tuesday heard arguments from Kaylee Childs, who said the Colorado law and about half the U.S. states, including Vermont, New York, New Hampshire, violate her First Amendment right by barring voluntary faith-based therapy. You think it'll be 7-2? Yeah, yay, Bellavision. Yep. Yeah, well, another mom had to have it, that she just had to have it. Mm-hmm. Oh, you want to see they won't be gay no more. They will be delivered. Well, it worked for Milo, Yiannopoulos. 8-1, Jackson will be the lone no. Sotomayor is not going to, Sotomayor is going to find some reason to say, that she's going to go along. Kagan might actually rule for the speech. Maybe. I don't know. Yeah, you guys have too much faith, 6-3. Yeah. In Colorado, August law simply regulates licensed therapists, banning a scientifically discredited and harmful practice. Is it scientifically discredited that talking to people helps? I mean, this is ridiculous. This court's conservative majority seemed to agree with Samuel Alito calling the law blatant viewpoint discrimination. Well, it definitely would be viewpoint discrimination, because if they allow people to tell them that, hey, I think you're trans, that is viewpoint discrimination. Kagan is a toss-up. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, if anything, this is where it gets weird, because states can ban the actual practice of giving them medicine. Like the states banned them giving medicine to, Tennessee. They upheld the law in the states that banned giving kids hormones to change their gender, because that's actually giving them a treatment, actually doing something, not just talking to them. The arguments come months after the court found other states can ban transition-related health care for transgender youths, a setback for LGBTQ rights. is it really a setback for LGBTQ rights to say, hey, we don't want to give kids, you know, hormones and change their, do all this stuff to kids? We can't wait till they're 18. You know. I don't know. And then, I mean, all these states ban kids from getting tattoos, and they don't say that's a violation of their First Amendment right to freedom of expression. So I don't know. Yeah, it's the commies want to get them while they're young, definitely. Yeah. If this case were under Biden, I would say Kagan votes 7-2, but under Trump should go along with the crowd, probably the right to dissent. If this was under Biden, Biden would not be supporting this. You know, the feds are actually backing this child. The feds came in, you know. Yeah, bring back the bullies. Yeah. Let me see. So that's that. That's that part. And then the LA Times has it, but I mean, I'm just going to briefly touch on these just because Supreme Court sees a free speech problem with the laws that ban conversion therapy for minors. California and other states forbid licensed counselors from encouraging gay or transgender teens to change their sexual orientation or gender identity. This is if they also have people like school counselors and all these people that tell them they're trans and convince them they're trans. This is definitely viewpoint discrimination. Yeah, it's the education system. Both conservative and liberal justices said Colorado's laws appeared to violate the First Amendment. Also, it's both conservative and liberal justices. So probably Kagan. California and more than 20 other states have adopted laws. I want to know which one it says. But these talk therapy laws have been challenged by a number of Christian counselors who believe the laws, they can help young people who want to talk about their feelings and their sexual identity. The court heard an appeal from Kelly Childs, a counselor in Colorado. She sued, said the law censors her conversations and threatens her with punishment. She lost before a federal judge and the U.S. Appeals Court, both of whom said the state has the authority to regulate the practice of medicine and prevent substandard health care. But the justices, both conservative and liberal, said the Colorado law appeared to violate the First Amendment. What's being regulated here is pure speech. Moreover, he said the state law enforces a double standard. It would punish a licensed counselor who agrees to talk to a teenage client who wants to overcome same-sex attraction, but not if she encourages the teen to accept or affirm those attractions. Yeah. Yeah, I had that story. They confirmed 107 Trump nominees in one vote. Justice Elena Kagan said she too saw a potential First Amendment violation, and Justice Sotomayor said there was less evidence that talk therapy alone has caused real harm. Yeah, I mean, if they're going to say that talk therapy causes harm, that would basically mean that all psychologists and all the people you go talk to, you could say, you're causing me harm. The libs will weasel out by saying it's a medical regulation and not speech. Trans is too big of an issue for them. I don't know if they're gonna. I don't know, man. It might end up being 9-0. It really might, because they'll say it's just speech alone. You know what I mean? Like if it's just speech, I can see him. I can see him. You know, I can see him going 9-0. In defense of the law, the Colorado State Solicitor, Shannon Stevenson, said the law applies only to licensed counselors, does not extend to others, including religious ministers. Oh, Bella's moving again. She keeps moving. She's on the move. Yeah, Hank, I know. Therapists are nut jobs. It's really weird because almost every psychiatrist or psychologist you go to, oh, look at her ears flip back. Look at that. Stop moving, Bella. What are you doing? You're running away from the camera. It's like she knows she's being filmed. Spend more time adjusting the camera to get her in a good spot. She's doing it on purpose now. You see that, right? Every time I get it in position, she moves. All right. Whew. Yeah, she's very shy tonight. She keeps moving. We had a school counselor, never seen the person, must have been in the 80s, maybe. What's ear kabooms? Did I yell or something? Something get really loud? Bella's on the jam. Yeah. Hey, Evan the Reactionary's here. What's up, man? Nice to see you again. You've been binge watching Friday the 13th and Dream Warriors? Well, those are cool movies to watch, man. I mean, you're talking about the movies, right? Not like a television show? Mm-hmm. Yeah, when did they become insane? They used to run a sports book. Justice Amy Coney Barrett and other suggested counselors could still face a medical malpractice lawsuit, even if the court rules the state law violates the First Amendment. I see what's going on in Chicago. I don't know. I don't know what you're talking. What do you mean, like the National Guard showed up there, or is there something else going on in Chicago I don't know about? I thought they put a curfew around the ICE facility. So I don't know. I have some stuff from Chicago for a little bit later, but we'll have to, move on here. And Supreme Court hears faith-based counseling on gender identity is protected speech. So we saw that. So yeah. So it's a closely watched case. So we'll find out. We'll see what's going on here. Let's go to the next story. Next story. Disgraced ex-FBI Director James Comey will be arraigned tomorrow. Yeah, with some rioters and the CPD not helping ICE because of the governor. Well, I saw CPD didn't help when there was the ramming and stuff like that, but I thought that was all taken care of today. I don't know. I mean, if I don't know if CPD is not helping now, that's going to be a problem because they gave a whole speech about it and all this stuff. So we'll see what happens. So it's time. Yes, Comey's going down. It's time for what? Sternly worded letters. But Lindsey Graham says that from Crossfire Hurricane to Jack Smith spying on me and 7 other Republicans and the Obama and Biden Justice Department crossed every line. They weren't going to stop until President Trump and his allies were taken down. So Lindsey Graham's all fired up, man. Ladybug Lindsey's fired up.
You wonder why we're looking at Comey? Give me a break. Why are we looking at Comey? Because he ran an FBI and personally knew about exculpatory information and let it slide. How in the hell can 2 FBI agents,
one can hope,
interview a man who says the document you're using against a sitting president to suggest he may be a Russian agent or Carter Page that is now no longer reliable? How does that not get to the court? Can you tell me how that doesn't get to the court? You can't, can you?
I can't, Senator. And
can you tell me why my phone records, when I'm the chairman of the Judiciary Committee, were sought by the Jack Smith agents? Why did they ask to know who I called and what I was doing from January 4th to the 7th? Can you tell me that?
No, Senator. And there were 8 senators in total.
Yeah.
You heard on a stream that Antifa has a planned attack in Portland tonight. They have roads taped off because of Noam's visit. That would be, honestly, that would be hysterically bad for everyone on the left, for all the Democrat politicians, for that judge, for the governor. If they did some crazy attack or did something after that judge ruled and wouldn't let them get the National Guard there and something happened, oh, buddy, boy, people would start getting arrested. You should watch JD DeLay's video on going to an Antifa protest. Yeah. Mr. Graham, you signed off on the FBI to spy. Yeah, he did on us, not on him. You see, they're fine with the FBI spying on you and me and anybody we know, but not them. They're special. Mm-hmm. Yet Senator Schmidt is calling for real accountability. This is a violation of civil rights, and it's time for criminal prosecutions. If you're part of a conspiracy at mile marker 1, you're still liable at mile marker 10. Whether it's Comey, Clapper, or Brennan, indictments should be coming.
What legal recourse, if any, do these targets have? I mean, to have your phone records sought after by a federal official or federal agency without cause on this bogus rationale of it's only a preliminary analysis, that's a new one on me. I hadn't heard that one before.
Well, I think this is still unfolding. There's still more to know, but it's certainly a violation of their civil rights. But also, Laura, I think the time has come for criminal prosecutions. I think some of the statute of limitations has expired on some of these things, but not on a conspiracy. And the fact is, if you're part of a conspiracy in mile marker 1, but you try to take an exit ramp at mile marker 5, you're still liable for the damage and the criminal activity at mile marker 10. We're at mile marker 10. And so whether it's Comey, Clapper, Brennan, whoever else we know or don't know right now is a part of this, I think indictments should be coming here. We can't tolerate this. And the Democrats try to act like President Trump's weaponizing. It's not what's happening.
This is about accountability.
It is, and I would say this.
Someone has to be accountable.
100%.
Someone does.
Also, we need to be clear of the
Ridiculous.
distinction. They weaponized it. The fact that we would go after people who weaponized it is not the same thing, because if we don't do that, it's going to happen again.
That's right. If we don't do that, it's going to happen again. Pierogies, it is good call. Yeah, pierogies is good, man. Boy, man, I love Polish sausage and pierogies, some nice sauerkraut. Oof, man, I tell you. I'm starving now. Fuck. At least the GOP learned from Bush. I hope they learned something. Did these senators plan J6? What about Trump's phone? I bet it's also tapped. We will know soon, I bet. Food chats are the best chats. Yeah, because they make you hungry. So, and with that, oh shit, I wasn't supposed to hit the bell because we already got bell. I'm sorry. We are now $30 away from an additional hour, from the first additional hour. Could be many, many more. We'll see what happens tonight. Potato and onion. Oh, those are good, man. I like potato and cheese fried with onions. You get potato and cheese, and then you fry them in onions and some sour cream. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Yeah. Sour cream. You know what's great, Brian? Oh, have you ever had Lugan food? You know what that is? Like, they have, it's like potatoes with bacon on top and cheese. There's a specific name for it now, and mine is blanking. And they also make these bacon buns stuffed with bacon. It's Lithuanian food. They call it Lugan food. Man, it's good. I can't think what it's called. No, it's killing me. Oh man, it's gonna come to me. Yeah, potato, cheese, and onions for the win. Definitely. Take a drink. What the hell? Senator Schmidt's call for accountability hits hard. James Comey's 8647 post wasn't a coincidence. It's a veiled threat from a former FBI director who knows exactly how signals work. The prosecutor needs to prosecute Act of 2025 forces transparency by mandating DA's report declinations, exposing soft crime policies. Oh man, I will fight you on this. He's dead. Sauerkraut is amazing. If you ever had sauerkraut soup, oh buddy, you ain't lived till you had some sauerkraut soup. You get like some ribs, like you make some, smoke some ribs, some baby back ribs or something. And then the next day, you take the ribs and you put them in with some sauerkraut juice and water, and you boil it until the meat starts falling off the bone. After they're already smoked and cooked, because that makes it nice and dark and gives it a nice dark smoky flavor. Oh, and then you throw some potatoes in there until they're soft. Oh man, buddy. Oh, buddy. Let me tell you. And you won't have to worry about having a problem going to the bathroom either. Mm-hmm. Well, the kraut just gives it the flavor, man. Yeah, it's natural probiotics. That's right. It's excellent for you, man. It's excellent. And its sauerkraut has been around for before there was even Germans. It came from the Prussians. No carrots? You could put some carrots in there too. Sure, sure. It's just cabbage. It's just fermented cabbage. That's it. It's all sauerkraut. It's fermented cabbage. That's it. It's not Nazi food. It was around before the Nazis ever existed. It's been around for over 600 years. Mm-hmm. Conservatives pulled the stunt, they'd be already in handcuffs. That's right. Mm-hmm. Indictments aren't just warranted, they're necessary to dismantle the two-tiered justice system. Double standard is glaring. Oh, I like spicy foods too, definitely, man. I love like really spicy Mongolian beef or yeah, cabbage soup. Sweet and sour cabbage soup is really good. You ever have sweet and sour cabbage soup? That's good. Yeah. And this person says, new for me. Under President Trump, the United States is not entering an era of extra constitutional criminal authoritarianism. It's coming out of one. Maybe Trump should prosecute many, many more Biden officials. You love how you derailed the train to food? Yeah. Yeah, well, you know. I like to eat, man. Congress changed the name of sauerkraut to Liberty Cabbage during World War I. Oh, yeah, just like Freedom Fries. Start arresting everyone. That's what they need to do. Oh, look at donate now to the Federalist. Trump should prosecute many, many more Biden officials. Under President Trump, the United States is not entering an era of extra constitutional criminal authoritarianism, but it's coming out of one. Joe Biden's presidency was a multi-trillion-dollar criminal conspiracy that shred every norm, violated nearly every right, and abused any power it could to punish its political opponents. The Trump administration's prosecutions of Team Biden abuses of power may be the healthiest development for the rule of law since the end of Jim Crow. This is a story Republicans should tell with pride and must tell incessantly, or the next Democrat administration will make Biden's 4 years look like Camelot under Arthur. The seeds of corruption of the Biden administration, weaponization of government, were sown while he was still vice president. Start a cooking stream. I was thinking about doing some cooking videos, like not really a stream. Yeah, it says kimchi's been around for 1,700 years. Sauerkraut has probably been around way longer than 600. I'm just saying, I know for a fact that it was around, like it was in like the Emperor of Prussia, the Tsar, or whatever they called him, of Prussia, used to eat it all the time, and that was back 600, 700 years ago. So, arguing Trump versus Biden or Democrat versus Republican is very low IQ. Both parties are commie. Okay. I'm just reporting the news. Remember the great scandal of President Trump's first term that he colluded with Vladimir Putin to rig the 2016 election was a lie. The Russia hoax was invented by Hillary Clinton's campaign. It only ballooned into a story because partisan Democrats inside the FBI, led by then Director James Comey, broke precedent, procedure, and law to launch a criminal investigation, Operation Crossfire Hurricane. I was born in a crossfire hurricane. Mm-hmm. They almost derailed the duly elected president for a crime of being Republican. Well, for the record, I think all politicians should be sent to the moon. The real scandal is not that Comey has now been indicted for lying to Congress, but that lying to Congress is the only thing he's been so far indicted for. And I just want to point out, like, I don't trust any politicians. They're all liars. They're all crooks. Every one of them. You know, if a politician is doing something I like, I'll say I like what he's doing. But I don't trust any of them. I don't put my faith in any of them. That's just it. You know, if I like what they're doing, I'll say I like this. If I don't like what they're doing, I say I don't like that. As far as I'm concerned, they're all suck. And there should be some kind of rule, like after you're done serving in Congress, you get sent to an island to live. So, fast forward 4 years. In October 2020, Hunter Biden's laptop implicated the president's son and maybe the big guy himself in criminal influence peddling, tax evasion, and much else, which we have a story where this is going to come into play a little later. I have a story about a bunch of documents got released by the CIA today showing all the corruption that the Bidens are up to. Mm-hmm. No, not Epstein Island. More like, what's that island? For the island, the Russian island that they have all those diseases on, and that they tested all those biological weapons on. Yeah. Look forward to Jim's cooking hour. Yeah. I mean, I do like I cook a lot. I'm just tell you, I smoke food all the time. I have a Traeger smoker, a big Traeger smoker. I smoke food all the time. I make homemade pizzas at home. I have stones outside that I cook on on a outside pizza oven. You know, I'm doing my 5-finger death punch imitation. I don't know. If I drag a 55-gallon barrel in my apartment and 2 cases of cabbage, don't report me. I'm not going to report anybody. I'm a strict constitutionalist. I knew Trump didn't care about the Constitution when he started. Him raising the debt ceiling $5 trillion did it for me with him. Well, he didn't raise anything. That was Congress. The president doesn't have the authority to raise the debt ceiling. It was technically the Congress that did that. He signed off on it, but he didn't have a vote per se. We have one of those off the coast of Jersey or something. Yeah, you know what I'm talking about? Like one like that where we got like a bunch of diseases and you know, I'm trying to think what the island is called. There is one in Russia where they like that nobody goes to. You can't go to. You know, like it's forbidden. That's where they need to go. Yeah, we can call it Cuba. Is there anything that isn't better when smoked? Oh, you know what I did the other day? I smoked corned beef. Oh, was that good? Oh man, was that good? The Trump partisans, the anti-Trump partisans inside the FBI falsely declared the laptop story was misinformation. Partisan Democrats within the intelligence community, without any evidence, condemned the whole thing as a Russian op. Biden's weaponized government. This backstory is outrageous on its own, but just as important is the precedent set for the authoritarian-minded Democrats taking office with President Biden in 2021. The positive reinforcement leftists received for their anti-Trump abuses of power from the media, establishment elites, and deep state bureaucrats incentivized them to push the envelope even further. It's called Vadlahadanian Island. Okay, if that's the name of it. You know. I'm gonna okay, Dr. J. I'm just gonna address this. I don't think we should have any debt. I don't think the federal government should have any debt. All right, like maybe in an emergency situation they could carry debt for a couple years, but they have to pay it down. But there is zero reason whatsoever at all that we should be running $2-3 trillion deficits every year. Like I remember when the deficits were, millions, hundreds of millions, and the debt was billions. And it was crazy in the 80s. It was like, oh my God, but that's 500 billion. What are we going to do? It's gotten insane. It's unsustainable. We are waiting to collapse. This is the context for Joe Biden's FBI putting a threat tag on parents opposing woke extremism at school board meetings in 2021, targeting traditional Catholics as potential domestic terrorists. The Team Biden's illegal partnership with big tech to censor dissent on social media. Now we know those were only the weaponization scandals Biden's cronies couldn't cover up at the time. Congressional investigations this year are finally revealing what else his people were up to, such as Operation Arctic Frost, ostensibly a narrow investigation focused on January 6 trespassers. We now know it was an open-ended dragnet targeting any conservatives and Republicans the FBI agents disliked. Under Arctic frost, the FBI seized the cell phones of conservative U.S. Rep. Scott Perry from Pennsylvania and surveilled him, not to collect specific evidence of wrongdoing, but simply to get to know Perry's pattern of life, just like the founders intended. Yeah, the last balanced budget was Clinton. It was 1 year. They balanced it, and then they completely. But it was balanced, but was it really balanced? Because if you really look at it, what they did is they played like an accounting gimmick. It was balanced for like 20 minutes. Seriously, if you look at it, like they did like this weird accounting gimmick where they just balanced it to say it was balanced and then immediately went back to spending more than they had. Yeah. Yeah, they raped SSI. You should be a millionaire. Yeah, that's the thing. Like, that really irks me. They used to always say, if you go back 20, 30 years, they would say the Social Security lockbox, because they used to have to put like IOUs in the Social Security. Like, the government would put IOUs and say, like, we owe you this much money. They would take the money out of Social Security to spend somewhere else. They had to put IOUs in. And then somewhere around when they balanced the budget, they just said Social Security is now part of the federal budget. That's what they did. They just put it in there and they made it part. And so all that money gets spent wherever, and then they just owe the money to pay out to Social Security. So that's how they balanced the budget. Is they, instead of putting an IOU in the Social Security, they just took the Social Security money and spent it other places. But they've been spending the Social Security money since day one. It was never supposed to be that way. It was supposed to be put somewhere, invested, different things so they could grow. But, I don't know. That's why I feel bad for people in their 20s and 30s right now. I don't think they'll ever see a penny from Social Security. No way. It's not possible. It's just not possible. Mm-hmm. You're just wondering why they were targeting their own controlled opposition with Lindsey Graham? Because they don't, you got to understand, the people, the power brokers in the Democrat Party, the leftists, the commies, they don't care control opposition. Just remember, they called Mitt Romney a fucking Nazi. They called Mitt Romney a crazy radical right-winger. They've called every Republican, that's a constant thing, calling Republicans Nazi, far right, whatever, crazy. You saw what they did when Charlie Kirk died. They were cheering. I've got clips later on of another guy running for Congress, a Democrat, who's talking about killing, like Stephen Miller and other people, and a nut job. You got the guy, the AG in Virginia, talking about killing people, wanting to see them dead, and maybe if they hold their dying kids in their hands, they'll change their minds. And that's them, man. Democrats in general, leftists, like I would say 70% of the Democrat Party would be perfectly fine if every Republican or every conservative voter, every Republican voter, that if every person who voted for Trump was just murdered, they would be fine with it. They'd be like, cool, now we get to do what we want. That's insane. Says Arctic frost also subpoenaed the financial records of 92 Republican organizations and individuals, including Conservative Partnership Institute. And the bank never told them. The FBI never told them. We only found out thanks to whistleblower documents handed over to and made public by Republican Senators Grassley and Johnson. Maybe. That's what pisses you off most, people like Romney, Kinzinger's, and Cheney. Well, Kinzinger was never a Republican. That's the thing. I know was from that. I know people from that area in Illinois where he was the congressman from. He knew he couldn't win that congressional makeup if he was a Democrat, so he ran as a Republican. That's all. That's all that was. That's all that was. Hey, God. Hey, J-Leave got, what's up, buddy? Nice to see you. Yeah, hit that like button. Hey, we got 95 people watching on YouTube. Yeah, hit that like button, people. So as Grassley put it, Arctic frost wasn't just a case to politically investigate Trump. It was a vehicle by which partisan FBI agents and the Department of Justice could achieve their partisan ends and improperly investigate the entire Republican political apparatus. CPI is a 501c3 organization. We play no role in campaigns and endorse no candidates. The only crime we could be accused of is the only one the Biden administration cared about, being conservative. Why did they do it? It wasn't to stop my colleagues and me from writing op-eds or teaching Senate procedure to staff assistants. It was to identify CPI's supporters, get their pattern in life for future surveillance, intimidation, and worse. Yeah, I did. I just described what a rhino is. But Kinzinger's not a rhino. I guess, yeah, he was a rhino, but he was a Democrat. He was always a Democrat. Always a Democrat. The left embraces organized political crime, which brings us to the past year, during which the left stripped the power to weaponize the government, has cut out the middleman and embraced organized political crime. From riots to raids on immigration officers to illegal anti-Semitic harassment at universities to violent rhetoric to the attempted assassination of Republican members of Congress and the actual assassination of Charlie Kirk less than a month ago, we are now living through an era of left-wing terrorism. Hey, Richard Huerta, what's up, buddy? And say, hello, fellow Jimsomniacs. Hey, Julio Scissors, yo, what's up, buddy? Great show tonight you and Derek had. You guys should check out Frames and Rhythms over there. They had a great show talking about a bunch of stuff, talking about the dirty Sanchez deal. Democrat elites trivialize it, condone it, incite it, celebrate it, spin it, and some fund it, which is against the law. Investigating this criminal conspiracy is not tit for tat or norm busting, as some have claimed, or worse than Watergate. It's the moral constitutional imperative for a constitutional republic to maintain public order and safety. So that's the thing. A lot of people, they keep talking about this, our democracy, our democracy. They're just talking about Democrat power. We are a constitutional republic. We have protections for the minority. That's why right now we can't just, the Republicans being the majority, right now, Republicans are the majority. They can't just roll over to Democrats and do whatever. There's checks and balances and stuff. You can't just, do crazy things. So. Of course, President Trump should prosecute Biden administration officials who criminally weaponize the government against innocent citizens. Of course, he should designate Antifa and related gangs as terrorist organizations. Of course, his Justice Department should be investigating those who fund the left wing's criminal infrastructure. But remember, the Biden administration's corruption wasn't the work of one bad apple. Biden was not a messianic bigot like Woodrow Wilson or a lecherous predator like Bill Clinton. He was an incapacitated figurehead. His government's authoritarian was the cool, cooperative work of hundreds, maybe thousands of well-heeled, well-educated, highly credentialed, and respected professionals. If they're not brought to justice today, they will only take that as evidence of their permanent untouchability. You watched the interview with Katie Porter. She rage quit. Was that the one where she was asked if how she expects to win without any Republican votes? And she says she doesn't need them and quit. There is no equivalence between the Trump administration's prosecution of criminal Democrats and Biden's persecution of innocent Republicans. In the same way, if the right does X now, the left will do it in the future, is unserious advice when innocent Republicans are already being doxxed, debanked, perp-walked, and shot at. Democrats continue to up the rhetorical and tactical ante. Just in the last week, a Biden-appointed judge reduced the sentence of a Supreme Court justice's would-be assassin on the grounds that he's a guy, is transitioning. In Virginia, the Democrat Attorney General candidate fascinated with friends about murdering Republican legislators and their children. It's time to apply the broken windows theory of crime fighting to the liberal elite's authoritarian fanaticism. Failing to address the unconscionable, unprecedented abuses of weaponized government is just building a permission structure for the next Democrat administration to engage in far worse. See, I don't like it says Democratic. I don't like referring to them as Democratic. I say Democrat because Democratic implies that somehow they care what the votes are. Democrats will continue to excuse, encourage, celebrate, and commit criminal misconduct until they believe it will have real personal consequences, not for the next 4 years, but for the next 25 to life. Yeah. Any political violence is always from the left since 1659. It has been. That's the thing. And they tried to do crazy things with stats. They tried to, if you look at what they did, the Cato Institute and these other organizations to try and blame the right, they had a they combined an actual fucking Muslim extremist terrorism and called it on the right. Well, it's right wing because the right wing, they attack Jews. And so anything that attacks Jews is right wing. So it doesn't matter if it's a leftist attacking Jews, that's got to be right wing. Anything anti-government Like they were considering Antifa as right-wing. Any Antifa violence, they were calling it right-wing violence. They fucking called the violence during the BLM riots right-wing in the stats when they did the studies. Yeah. So just remember that. Yeah. So give me a break. Lindsey Graham pounds the table as he yells about James Comey charges. We saw that clip of him. Senator Lindsey Graham seemed to encourage Pam Bondi to expand the investigation into former FBI Director James Comey on Tuesday. The South Carolina Republican grilled the Attorney General about a number of topics before zeroing in on Crossfire Hurricane counterintelligence investigation opened into Donald Trump's first campaign in the summer of 2016. He suggested that Comey and others should face criminal liability for their roles in that operation. Yeah, that's why they needed January 6th and still the only thing they can point to. Yeah. Yeah, they point to that. But it's weird, too, that none of those people showed up with guns. So they threw a coup and nobody brought guns in the most heavily armed country in the world. In July 2016, they opened Crossfire Hurricane. And in August, they have a discussion in front of then Vice President Joe Biden that there's intel that maybe this is generated by his political opponent. Nothing happened. In September, are you aware of the fact that the intelligence community sent a memo to the FBI director detailing intelligence to suggest Hillary Clinton's campaign is behind the idea that Trump is colluding and cooperating with Russia? Bonnie agreed those details had been reported and then asked about her previous testimony by former FBI Director Peter Strzok about the timeline. That was addressed in the FBI Director and Strzok. This memo, you're aware, he told the committee, I don't recall that the FBI Director. Well, I can tell you this. What the hell would you recall? You're the sitting FBI Director. There's a campaign for president going on. You've opened up an investigation believing that the Republican candidate may be a Russian asset. And now all of a sudden, less than a month later, 2 months later, you have two inquiries, two events to suggest it may be his political opponent. Did anybody in the FBI inform the FISA court or anybody else about this activity that you know of? Mm-hmm. Yes. Please hit the like button. Please share. Please subscribe if you haven't. Like and subscribe. There's been we going an hour. Please like and subscribe. Nice of you. You know, we're slowly but steadily growing. The channel's slowly, steadily growing. We hit 1,536 subscribers today. So that was nice to see. Just a week ago, we were at 1,500. So we picked up 36 in a week. That's good. I like that. I'd like to grow a little faster, but it is what it is. You know, I thought maybe by the end of the year, we'd hit 5,000, but that's not going to happen unless you guys help. If you share it, if you tell your friends and tell people, hey, check out this guy, Jim, he'll really tell you the news. I don't know. Anyway. Oh, yeah. And for everyone that doesn't know, there is a goal. We are only $30 away from adding an extra hour to the show. So, just saying. You have no friends? Well, can't you just pretend to some people that you're nice and then talk to them and convince them? You know, lie to them? Is there a requirement by law enforcement to tell the court if a warrant is being sought or a defendant that there's exculpatory information out there about you in general? Graham asked Bondi. So to the country, the FBI director gets a memo, or is that supposed to say country or contrary? From the intel community saying this may be all political plot by his opponent. They didn't do a thing. Are you familiar with the Steele dossier? That was a dossier prepared and paid for by the Clinton campaign. Are you aware of this? That this document was used to get a warrant on 5 different occasions about Carter Page, an American citizen? Oh, I got to fix the camera. Bell's hiding behind that Cash App. What's it called? Uh-oh. Brian Ogden says, I have friends. Here's another 10. Thank you, Brian Ogden. And with that, we're now $20 only. Just $20 away from an extra hour. Wow. I'm $30 away from ordering a dozen Old Bay wings and a chef salad. Well, you need to do that. You need to eat, Julio. You've been looking a little peckish lately. You need to eat more. You're going to wither away to nothing. Bonnie indicated she was familiar with the document produced by former British spy Christopher Steele. Why isn't that British spy rotting in American jail? We should be telling Britain, we want him. We want him. Give him to us. Are you aware of the fact that in February 2017, after Trump was president, the person who gave Steele the information, the Russian guy, told the FBI, the information I provided you was all bar talk, hearsay, not reliable? Are you aware of that? Was there ever an effort by the FBI to tell the FISA court about the evidence that the man who helped prepare the document retracted his statement? Should there have been? Mm-hmm. Bill Coggins says, I have 30 friends in here that haven't hit the like button yet. Wow, that's terrible. Please hit the like button. Please like. Please clap. You guys make me sound like fucking Jeb Bush up here asking to hit the like button. I mean, come on. Don't make me be Jeb Bush. Please clap. Please hit the like button. A boot? What's with Fang Fang about? Fang Fang? Well, that's Fang Fang was Swalwell. He's a Chinese spy, Fang Fang, that was banging Swalwell for information. Like a lot of people don't realize yeah, that's me, Jeb Santella. The Chinese have a history of pattern of trying to recruit up and coming people who they think can be like politicians. Like they'll go to like city councils and local governments and try to like get into people and try to push them to get higher up, because the higher up they go in government, then they got their hooks in them already. And that's what happened with Swalwell. That lady got into him when he was like on a school board or like an alderman or something like that, or a city councilman or something. Hey, G Sharkman goes a little closer. Thank you. And with that, we were only 15 doll hairs away. Just 15 doll hairs from the first extra hour. Mm-hmm. You wonder why we're looking at Comey? He pounded on the table. Why are we looking at Comey? Because he ran the FBI and personally knew about the exculpatory information and let it slide. How in the hell can two FBI just interview a man who says the document you're using it against a sitting president to suggest he's a Russian asset or Carter Page is now no longer reliable? How does that not get to the court? You tell me. How does that not get to the court? You tell me. Did you order the code red? Who ordered the code red? Oh, amazing disgrace says, count me in too. Thank you. And with that, we are now just $10 away from adding an extra hour to the show. That's right, folks. One extra hour for $10. Thanks, Amazing Grace. Studio 54? Yeah, you can't handle the truth. Oh, and Brian Ogden goes, I'm in too for another 10. Brian is just, Brian, I think maybe your donation button might get stuck, buddy. You've been donating a lot tonight. That's like let's see, second, third, man. 1, 2, 3. That's Brian. Thank you, Brian. Thank you. And with that,
tactical assessment. Red Chinese victory. Impossible. America will never fall to communist invasion. Communism is the very definition of failure.
with that, we hit one extra hour. So now we are 75 away from a second additional hour, that is. So the people that don't know, if you're new around here, if this is your first time being around here, I do a show that's between 2 and 2.5 hours long, usually 2.5 hours long. And then for each $75 that comes in total donations across everything, Cash App, Rumble Rants, YouTube Super Chats, Cash App, PayPal, Locals Coins, gifted memberships on Rumble or YouTube, gifted memberships on Twitch. I combine it all up, and at $75, I add another hour. And for every $75, I add another hour. That's how it works. Sounds exactly like the voice in my head. Well, mine too. That's my favorite, one of my favorite video games to play. Yes. Another win for the, hey. I don't ever want to be that annoying. I don't try to beg for the money like that. I just say, this is what it is. And, I mean, I would be perfectly fine with just doing a 2.5 hour show and stopping and not, going longer. But if I'm going to go longer than 2.5 hours, I mean, you got a $20 tip from Uber? I don't know what that. How did you get an Uber tip? Like, oh, Uber gave you free money? That's cool. That's cool. Hey, Ellie, what's up? Thanks to see you. And then thanks, Deep Pockets. Deep Pockets.
November the 15th, 2022, Trump announces his candidacy for president. November 2022, 3 days after Trump announced his reelection campaign, Jack Smith was appointed by Garland to be special counsel to look at classified information, document mishandling, and trying to undermine the 2020 election. In March, President Trump was indicted in Manhattan of 2023, just after announcing 34 felony counts. And what they did is they took misdemeanors and turned them into felonies by using a legal theory that no one in the history of Manhattan had ever been charged with. June 2023, a federal grand jury in the District Court for the Southern District of Florida indicted President Trump on 37 charges regarding classified information. Now, all I can say is that taking a hammer to a hard drive and bleach bit apparently doesn't make the cut. Having documents in the garage of President Biden doesn't make the cut. In August of 2023, he was indicted yet again regarding the 2020 election. So all I can say is that in September 27th, Jack Smith's team asked for my phone records and 7 other senators. Now that's just the 2024 election. Comey, are you aware of the fact that in August, Comey,
I'm not a Biden
then director of CIA,
hasn't shown me shit.
FBI, August of 2016, was in a meeting at the White House where it was discussed that by Brennan, then CIA director, that there was intelligence that maybe the Clinton campaign was trying to cook up a narrative that Trump was a Russian asset?
Senator, I believe that has been reported publicly, but I cannot comment on that.
Okay, well, I'm just telling you now, this is a campaign for president in 2016. In July, they open up Crossfire Hurricane. And
okay, I have to agree. Where's he at? All I can say is, Graham, you didn't do anything to stop it. That's right. What did they do to stop it? They should have been all over this to stop it. Oh my God, look at this. We got Audra says, forgive me for this being a bit late, but here's the 20 from a week or so ago that I said I'd get to you. Thanks for all your hard work you do, Jim. Well, thank you. And with that, we are now $55 away from a second hour. Thank you so much. She does look good for her age, and Trump does like blondes. Yeah, he does. Like, I hope that's not why he picked her, because of how she looks. I hope he's not picked her. Why wasn't it was
August? They have a discussion in front of President Biden that there's intel that maybe this is generated by his political opponent. Nothing happened. In September, are you aware of the fact that the intelligence community sent a memo to the FBI director detailing intelligence that suggests it's Clinton's campaign is behind the idea that Trump is colluding or cooperating with the Russians?
Senator, I believe that has been reported.
And that was addressed to the FBI director and Mr. Strzok, this memo. Are you aware that he told this committee, I don't recall that, the FBI director?
Senator, I can't discuss anything.
Well, I can tell you this. What the hell would you recall? You're the sitting FBI director. There's a campaign for president going on. You've opened up an investigation believing that the Republican candidate may be a Russian asset. And now all of a sudden, less than a month later, 2 months later, you have 2 inquiries, 2 events to suggest it may be his political opponent. Did anybody in the FBI inform the FISA court or anyone else about this activity that you know of?
I can't discuss that matter, as you know, Senator Graham.
Should they have? Is there a requirement by law enforcement to tell the court if their warrant is being sought or
She was recommended by his chief of staff. What's her name? Susie something or other. Susie. And I didn't think she was good when she was the Florida Attorney General. She did a lot of things when she was in Florida. Everything that happened to George Zimmerman was because of Pam Bondi. Susie Wiles, that's her name. Susie Wiles, yeah. Susie Wiles is like connected to the Florida GOP, the Republican establishment in Florida, and Blondie is a fucking Florida establishment Republican. Yeah. Bondi looks like she knows something we don't, R.E. Graham. Yeah, they probably talked about this ahead of time.
defendant that there's exculpatory information out there about you?
In general, of course, Senator.
So to the country, the FBI director gets a memo from the intel community. This may be all a political plot by his opponent. They didn't do a damn thing. Are you familiar with the Steele dossier?
Yes, Senator.
That was a dossier prepared and paid for by the Clinton campaign. Are you aware that it was that document was used to get a warrant on 5 different occasions against Carter Page, an American citizen?
Yes, Senator, and that has been.
Are you aware of the fact in February 2017, after Trump is president, the person who gave Christopher Steele the information, the Russian guy, told the FBI the information I provided you was all bar talk, hearsay, and not reliable? Are you aware of that?
Yes, Senator.
Okay, hold on. She did work. She did some background work for him on one of his impeachments, I believe. And Phil says she punted on Zimmerman probably because she knew the case was a loser. No. The local people said they weren't charging Zimmerman, that it was self-defense where it happened. The local prosecutors there, she came in and took the case and gave it to a fucking prosecutor, a leftist commie prosecutor in Jackson or Tallahassee, I believe. And that went full bore and they used lies. They fucking suborned perjury to try and get Zimmerman. Nuts, man. And it's all her fault. They knew it was self-defense. They had the evidence. They knew it was straight up self-defense.
Was there ever an effort by the FBI to tell the FISA court about evidence that the man who helped prepare the document retracted his statement?
I can't discuss that, Senator.
Should there have been?
Can't discuss that.
You wonder why we're looking at Comey? Give me a break. Why are we looking at Comey? Because he ran an FBI and personally knew about exculpatory information and let it slide. How in the hell can two FBI agents interview a man who says the document you're using against a sitting president to suggest he may be a Russian agent or Carter Page that is now no longer reliable? How does that not get to the court? Can you tell me how that doesn't get to the court? You can't, can you?
I can't, Senator. And
can you tell me why my phone records, when I'm the chairman of the Judiciary Committee, were sought by the Jack Smith agents? Why did they ask to know who I called and what I was doing from January 4th to the 7th? Can you tell me that?
No, Senator, and there were 8 senators in total.
Yeah. Do you think that was an abuse of power?
Senator, I cannot discuss whether there is or is not an ongoing investigation. If I may add one thing, they also wasted $50 million on what you just described, trying to put President Trump in jail prior to the election.
Wow. So there's that. But let me go. I want to talk to some people in the chat here real quick. You said, yeah, that's what I mean. She took the case. They gave it to a special prosecutor. She didn't want to turn it into the next Marshall Clark. She was the attorney general. She was not going to prosecute the case no matter what. She could have let it alone. She didn't have to do anything with it. It wasn't for her to do. She tried to because the local state's attorney, the local state's attorney where it happened, said it was self-defense. They weren't bringing charges. She grabbed it and sent it to a special prosecutor. That's what happened. Like, she didn't have to do shit. She could have just not done anything. Said, well, there's not a case here. It's not up, But because of Obama and all the attention and stuff, and she wanted, like she said, she wanted to make sure that everyone was, happy, because they didn't want this, because they were making a big deal about the stand your ground law in Florida, which they didn't even use the stand your ground law because he was on his back getting his fucking head bashed into the ground. Anyway. Not sure if it was me, but during some of the overtalk, I thought Blondie said some things. Not sure if she was CIA obfuscation or dropping some hints at the investigation directions. It sounds like she's trying to be sneakily drop hints about ongoing investigations and they're looking into stuff further, maybe, is what it kind of sounded like to me. So we'll see. I don't know. I don't trust anybody. I think they're all fucking dirty and scums. I hate them. Yeah, you just drove to the liquor store without wearing your seatbelt. Oh my God, you just admitted to it on live air? They're going to come get you. The helicopters are going to be coming to get you, man. Mm-hmm. Oh, here we got this. LBC, Senator Graham, blah, blah, blah. We're not going to listen to this again. So, yeah, so Senator Graham goes crazy. What the hell would you recall? Blah, blah, blah. So, yeah, so we saw this. There's going to be some, Dem Senator slam Bonnie for answering questions with irrelevant far-right internet talking points. We're going to get into this later. FBI agent relieved of duty over refusing. So there's this story, which I wanted to get into. Okay. Did an FBI agent get relieved of duty because he refused to perp walk Comey? 4 people familiar say. So 4 people familiar say. An FBI agent was relieved of duty for declining to arrange a perp walk of the Bureau's former director in front of media cameras after Comey was federally charged last month. 4 people briefed on the matter said on Friday. Yeah, at least you didn't take their shit. Yeah, we have. It's not. That's coming up. It's like I got a whole thing of the. It's not right now. I got some other stuff first, but we got a whole bunch of stuff of all the different senators getting their ass handed. She handed the ass to several Democrat senators, basically. Here you go. Comey was charged on September 25th for making false statements and in a dramatic escalation of President Trump's retribution campaign against his political enemies. You got to remember, this is Reuters, so it sucks. So that's what Reuters says. Now, if we go to my favorite newspaper, the Gateway Pundit, they say, lol. Kash Patel blasts MSNBC as an ass clown factory of disinformation over the news that Comey perk walk firing. You see the thing? Yeah, I watched it, but I'm saying I've got a whole bunch of clips. Ooh, Allegan News comes in for 5. It says Ladybug Lindsay was upset that he was spied on. Perhaps he's concerned about the boys he calls. He loves the Patriot Act until it's used against him. Oh, bingo, bingo, bingo. Bingo, bingo, bingo. Thank you very much. And with that, friends, we are now $50 away from a second additional hour. Boy. FBI Director Kash Patel hilariously unleashed on MSNBC on Saturday, labeling the network an ass clown factory of disinformation following their reporting on the alleged firing of an FBI agent who supposedly refused to conduct a perp walk arrest of disgraced FBI Director James Comey. Patel's ex-post comes amid Comey's recent indictment on perjury and obstruction charges stemming from his 2020 congressional testimony where he allegedly lied under oath. Comey, the former FBI director, is infamous for his role in the Russia hoax and mishandling of the Hillary Clinton email scandal, was indicted last week by a grand jury on charges of perjury and obstruction related to his 2020 testimony. Ever the drama queen, Comey responded to the indictment by declaring his innocence and demanding a trial. Let's have a trial. According to a CBS News report, FBI leadership discussed options for Comey's arrest on that day of his indictment. Sources indicate that a showy approach was considered involving a large, beefy agents in full tactical gear, including Kevlar vests and FBI-branded attire. This was reportedly to ensure a secure and visible operation, with supervisory special agent Chris Ray potentially leading the team. I mean, they did it, and they had CNN standing outside fucking Roger Stone's house at 5 a.m. They had fucking boats on the water. They had helicopters for Roger Stone. MSNBC never misses a chance to smear the Trump administration, jumped on the story with unverified claims. MSNBC's Yessia Rodriguez posted on X that MSNBC confirms an FBI agent in the Washington field office has been fired for refusing to arrest and perp walk James Comey. This guy, this ass clown. Former U.S. attorney and MSNBC legal analyst Byron McQuaid chimed in, claiming in an X post that DOJ policy prohibits perp walks, in which arrestees are paraded before the cameras. This selective outrage conveniently forgets the media's glee over the high-profile arrests of Trump associates. Yeah, what they did, remember, they took Peter Navarro at the airport and filmed them with leg irons. Steve Bannon, let's see, George Papadopoulos. Yeah. Greg McNeely says, is it over? Nothing is over until we decide it is. Yeah. He can prove his innocence in court. Yeah, that's what Pelosi said, remember? Mm-hmm. These people just, they're always, you could tell they're just hypocrites. That's the thing. If they were honest, like, that's why I respect a liberal like Jonathan Turley, because he doesn't change his position depending on who it is it's about. He always, it's going to, this is the way the Constitution is, this is the law, and you have to respect that. You really do. You missed Snowmageddon 21. No, it was not over when the Germans bombed Pearl Harbor. It was definitely not over. Patel responded to the news on Saturday, writing, breaking, MSNBC is still an ass clown factory of disinformation. Same circus animals that slobbered all over the perp walks of Stone, Navarro, and Bannon. MSNBC has no facts and no audience. In this, at FBI follows the chain of command or get relieved. Patel's reference to the perp walks of Roger Stone, Peter Navarro, and Steve Bannon is spot on. These Trump allies were subjected to dramatic early morning raids, complete with cameras rolling, spectacles that MSNBC and other outlets celebrated as justice being served. Okay, on to the next story. Lawfare. The DOJ is filled with Democrat lawyers who are slow-walking prosecutions of fellow Democrats. The latest case is Elizabeth Yusey, a career DOJ prosecutor who confided with colleagues that she's waiting a few weeks before she tells Lindsay Halligan that she's not going to prosecute New York Attorney General Letitia James for mortgage fraud. Yeah. Trump's new legal weapon faces mutiny as top prosecutor refuses to charge Letitia James. Project Veritas says, exclusive, number linked to newly fired U.S. prosecutor Michael Ben-Ari dreams President Trump and Eastern District of Virginia Lindsay Halligan will die. I would like to strangle that biatch myself. Every night I dream that this nightmare will end or that she or Trump will simply die. These are the people who are prosecutors that are supposed to be working non-biasedly for the DOJ. You know, career prosecutors, nonpartisan. That's what they tell us. Remember, these are nonpartisan people working for the DOJ. In a leaked text from October 6th, a number linked to Ben-Ari, who was terminated last week, urges fellow Eastern District of Virginia prosecutors, Russell Kahlberg, previously exposed by Veritas for threatening whistleblowers, to keep monitoring cases to prevent interference from President Trump's new appointee, Lisa Halligan, who oversees the Comey case. Here's the messages. Oh, unfortunately, yes, I'm still playing nice with that idiot Halligan. Keep me posted about how things are going. We need to monitor these cases so she doesn't mess everything up. I would like to strangle that bitch myself. Mess everything up by actually charging the people, I guess. Yeah. Let's be careful about what we write. They may be monitoring us. Delete everything. Okay. Yeah, they store that shit on servers, dummy. Fired prosecutor warns colleagues to resist giving into Trump-era political interference. This is what Politico calls it. Yeah. Here's a fired federal prosecutor tapes a note about duty to his door on the way out. This is this idiot taped this to his door. You may have heard that Wednesday was my last day of nearly 20 years serving as a career employee at the Justice Department. This news may come to a surprise, as it did to me when I received a letter stating I've been terminated immediately without cause. No, there's cause. You're a leftist fucktard who was biased, and you weren't nonpartisan. You're supposed to be nonpartisan. You're a fucking partisan. You got to go. I'm proud of the work I've done on behalf of the American people, which he means the Democrats. This justice system, this leadership, it's more concerning with punishing the president's perceived enemies than that they are protecting our national security. Justice for Americans killed and injured by our enemies should be not contingent on what somebody in the Justice Department sees in their social media feed that day. What the fuck is he talking about? This guy's a clown, ass clown. Ben Ari and legacy media have portrayed his firing as politically driven. He taped this letter to outside his former office last Friday. Veritas previously exposed scandals in the Eastern District of Virginia, including former AG Barr using their allies there to target whistleblowers who reported him and Right Side to the FBI for a legal visa scheme. A number linked to U.S. prosecutor Russell Kalberg sent death threats to the whistleblower as recently as 2 weeks ago. This is like nuts, man. Yeah, DEI whistleblowers. Rush is going on tour next year. Are you free to be angry? Who's going to play the drums? Who's going to play the drums? Who are they going to get to play the drums? I can do whatever the hell I want with you. Maybe you and Trump share the same fate as Charlie Kirk. What? And these are people they think they're going to keep their job saying shit like that? Yeah, not Neil. If there's a way to get Neil Peart to play drums, I would love to see that. Former attorney Jessica Aber, who warned the whistleblower of internal corruption, died unexpectedly in her sleep weeks later. Oh, unexpectedly. Wow. Eastern District of Virginia is where justice goes to die. Veritas did whole stories on this going back. Trump officials hide Veritas Patricia Lea's investigation from Trump. Trump to fire a U.S. attorney in charge. Trump has realized that something suspicious is going on in Virginia. ABC News reports Trump will fire the attorney for the Eastern District, Eric Siebert, for failing to bring charges against Letitia James for mortgage fraud. The DOJ insider tells Veritas there's more to the story. Siebert, overseeing the Patricia Lilas case, misled Trump about his knowledge. Evidence from Veritas confirms this. Lilas reported the former AG Barr's alleged visa fraud scheme to the FBI. Months later, she was charged. DOJ officials came to Veritas concerned that Barr was using DOJ FBI connections to target Lilas. But why is the government still shielding Bill Barr? Why? Why is the government shielding Bill Barr? What's going on there? It's almost like it's a big party and you're a big club and you ain't part of it. You want an attorney to sue them all for mental distress and anguish. Definitely. Anika Niles, German lady. She is good, but not Neil. What? Seriously? We're getting close to an every single time meme with Democrat elected officials and attorneys wishing death on Republicans. His name is C. Lellis. C. Alice? C. Alice is his name? Every single time. Shipwreck Crew says, here's the beauty of this exchange. Only idiots in the DOJ would not realize that their communications over government devices are being captured on a server and stored. Yes, politics is like high school with consequences. It is. Just tattoo an L on their foreheads. I mean, they didn't think no one was going to know. And Julie Kelly, who's great follow on X, says Ben Ari was a top aide to former Deputy Attorney General and Trump tormentor Lisa Monaco. Eastern District of Virginia is filled with Democrat operatives who apparently suffer from TDS. Mangina would say, remember the names. Monaco organized and led principals level meetings in the White House Situation Room starting in mid-2016. These high-level classified sessions attended by top officials like Clapper, Brennan, Comey focused on evaluating evidence of Russian hacks, such as the DNC email breach, and brainstorming response options, including sanctions and cyber countermeasures. The meetings were kept. EEP, I don't know what that means. You will cover this or play hide the sausage or any other stories that might harm Democrats. What you say? And Veritas is reporting that the same dude who posted this letter on his office door last week after being fired texted someone about wanting to strangle acting U.S. Attorney Lindsay Halligan and wished both she and Trump would die. Justice sees in their social media feed that day. What? This guy's a nut job. Powerful U.S. Attorney's Office is infested with Trump lawfare associates. Controversy inside the U.S. Attorney's Office in the Eastern District of Virginia over indicting James Comey exposed close professional and family ties to some of the worst lawfare perpetrators. Because Comey had a son-in-law working there, too. Before leaving the U.S. Attorney's Office for the Eastern District of Virginia building on Friday for the last time, Michael Ben-Ari taped a letter to his office door. Ben-Ari, who was fired Wednesday night, reportedly because this reporter posted screenshots of his LinkedIn account showing he had recently worked for former Deputy Attorney General Lisa Monaco, wrote a lengthy call to action to his ex-coworkers, insisting his firing by Lindsay Halligan was undeserved and that the Department of Justice leadership is more concerned with punishing the president's perceived enemies than they were protecting our national security. He urged his former colleagues to defy the higher-ups at Trump's DOJ, which would be insubordination. They should be immediately fired. I ask that each of you do the right thing, follow the facts and the law, stand up for what we all believe in. Our Constitution and the rule of law. So there are, not the Constitution, our Constitution. Which Constitution would that be? The living one that changes depending on what you want it to be? Full letter here. We're not going to read it because it's retarded. And in one poorly written cookie-cutter complaint, Ben-Ari, chief of the Eastern District of Virginia's National Security Unit, when he got the boot, undercut his own claims of political independence. Further, the American people are supposed to believe that the same guy who now publicly advocating internal resistance at the DOJ did not play a role in privately attempting to torpedo criminal case against James Comey after a 2-month investigation. News reports have disclosed the existence of a so-called declination memo, which outlined the reasons why the prosecutors did not want to pursue the federal indictment against the corrupt and disgraced former FBI director for what appears to be his perjurious testimony before Congress in 2020. Halligan has been advised by career prosecutors that the U.S. Attorney's Office that seeking these charges would violate DOJ policy, raise serious ethical concerns, and risk being rejected by the grand jury. Was it rejected by the grand jury? No. That same day, Halligan, who had never prevented a case to the grand jury, won a 2-count indictment against Comey for making false statements and obstruction of Congress. But a review of the background of several current and former employees at the Eastern District of Virginia reveals ties to Democrat officials primarily responsible for the lawfare against President Trump. That's right. Follow the money, know the players, keep our power control. Democrats' definition of democracy. We the people be damned. Yes, it is. Yeah. That's too funny. Trump is guilty of lawfare, yet he's blocked by lawfare in every way we can think of. Yeah. Every day. Monaco's minions. For example, Ben-Ari's association with Monaco, one of the key architects of the Russiagate hoax, among other dirty tricks against the president, dates back to 2012. The president recently called for Microsoft to fire Monaco as the company's head of global affairs. He stripped Monaco of her security clearance earlier this year. As a prosecutor of the Eastern District of Virginia, Ben-Ari worked with Monaco at the time Barack Obama's assistant attorney general for national security to prosecute a Virginia resident for plotting a suicide bombing of the U.S. Capitol. A month after the FBI's armed search of Mar-a-Lago in 2022, Monaco, who had a role in authorizing the raid, named Ben-Ari as her senior counsel. At the time, Monaco was handling the day-to-day machinations related to both the criminal investigation into Trump, one for his involvement in the events of January 6th, and one for allegedly hoarding classified files. In November 2022, Monaco's former DOJ colleague, Jack Smith, was named special counsel, reportedly take over the investigations. But Smith did a little more than move existing DOJ prosecutors and FBI investigators from headquarters over to the special counsel's office. And only the most naive individual or paid lawfare pusher, such as Fusion Ken Delinian, would believe Monaco distanced herself from the proceedings at that point. Monaco promoted Ben-Ari to Associate Deputy Attorney General in 2023, making him a key figure in her senior leadership team. In June 23, Smith indicted Trump in the classified documents case. 2 months later, he indicted Trump on 4 counts related to the events of January 6. It appears Ben-Ari returned to the Eastern District of Virginia shortly before Trump's inauguration last January. Ties to the lawfare axis of evil. Ha ha ha. But Ben-Ari was not the only top official at EDVA with deep ties to the Get Trump cabal of bad actors, including Monaco, Comey, and Smith. Maya Song, the first assistant in the office before she was fired last week, served on as Monaco's senior counsel from August 2023 to October 2024. Yeah. It's strange too. Like, why would they move all these people to this specific district? Because it's so close to Washington, and because they know a lot of these cases are going to be there, and they can not be in Washington, but they're close enough where they can control because there's other stuff there. You know, Langley, Virginia, the NSA. The spouse of another top prosecutor in the office, Drew Bradley Lyons, worked directly for Monaco for almost the entirety of Biden's term in office. Lisa Miller, Bradley Lyons' wife, was appointed Deputy Associate Attorney General in October 21 and remained in that position until January 25. Miller oversaw more than 200 prosecutions in one of the DOJ's criminal divisions and reported directly to Monaco. The father-in-law of Eric Siebert, the head of the Eastern District of Virginia office until he was forced to resign last month, is the godfather to one of Comey's daughters. When the grand jury handed up the indictment, Troy Edwards, who was Ben-Ari's deputy, sat in the front row of the Alexandria courtroom. Edwards is Comey's son-in-law. He quit after the indictment was announced. Jessica Aber, the Biden-appointed head of Eastern District Virginia, who resigned the day President Trump was sworn in, once worked for Smith when he headed the DOJ's Public Integrity Unit until during the Obama administration. Aber helped prosecute at Smith's behest former Virginia Governor Robert McDonnell and his wife in 2014. The Supreme Court unanimously overturned that conviction in 2016. In part, blaming the government for criminalizing common political behavior. Aber had worked on the McDonnell case with David Harbach, who led Smith's classified documents prosecution team in Florida until the case was dismissed last year. Matthew Burke led Eastern District of Virginia's Public Corruption Office until he moved to Jack Smith's office in 2022. According to his bio at his new gig, Matt served as the Assistant Special Counsel under Special Counsel Jack Smith in the investigation of the efforts to interfere with the lawful transfer of power following the 2020 presidential election and the certification of the Electoral College vote on January 6, 2021. Well, I'm kind of confused because they all said that was nothing but it was just ceremonial. That didn't really matter. That the certification was just perfunctory. He further assisted in the prosecution of a former president that arose from an investigation. Burke was fired in late January amid a purge of Smith's prosecutors and investigators. This sort of political incestuousness represents a pervasive crisis at the DOJ. How can the president hold people accountable for lawfare against him, efforts that did not just result in the near destruction of the president, but also ensnared so many innocent people and misled the American people in the process, with the loyal foot soldiers of that lawfare perpetrators infested the entire department? He can't. He has to get rid of them. Investigations into other Trump tormentors are reportedly underway as the MAGA base grows increasingly impatient for results. But what happened at the Eastern District of Virginia, where conflicted DOJ officials almost successfully sank the Comey indictment right before the statute of limitations expired, should be yet another example of what Trump officials are up against in overcoming the systemically corrupt DOJ. Yes, we have to overcome the systemically corrupt DOJ. Because we got this here. It says Trump's new legal weapon faces mutiny as top prosecutors refuse to charge Letitia James. A top prosecutor will thwart Trump's wishes, telling colleagues she won't pursue charges against Attorney General Letitia James. Elizabeth Yusi, a prosecutor from Eastern District of Virginia, has said she sees no probable cause in a mortgage fraud investigation against James, long a Trump political target. Wait a minute. Trump was the political target of James. She ran on that. Yusi plans to deliver the news to the president's new acting attorney in the coming weeks. But they leaked all this out and said something about it, it seems really weird. Do you change the puppet masters or the puppets? Yeah, I don't know. In April, the director of the Housing Authority sent the letter to DOJ alleging that James had committed mortgage fraud by claiming that Norfolk, Virginia home where her nieces resides was her primary residence, secure a lower mortgage rate. It's all on paper. These are cut and dry fucking charges. There's no arguing them. I mean, it's just the way it is. You filed the papers, you signed them. I've talked to multiple people who are mortgage brokers. They told me this is straight up mortgage fraud. Pulte made a similar allegation against Democrat Senator Adam Schiff, Longthorn in the president's side, and the Federal Reserve Governor Lisa Cook, because they all did mortgage fraud. What do you want me to tell you? It seems like it's like a common thing with Democrats. We can commit mortgage fraud because no one's going to check. No one's going to care. I'm going to tell you right now, if you did it and they caught you, they're putting you in fucking prison. Lyle said that James also sent a letter to her mortgage broker to clarify that the house will not be her primary residence. That's what Abby Lowell said. No, that's not what happened at all. She signed the papers. That's all that matters. You signed the papers. Then we got this. This James Comey won't appear before the House Oversight, denies knowledge of the Epstein files. James Comey denied any knowledge of files related to the late convicted sex offender Jeffrey Epstein. Yeah, sure he does. Based on his response, the House Oversight Committee withdrew its subpoena. Yeah, Big Tish is special. Yeah, if you lied on your forms, you'd definitely be. Yeah, it doesn't matter anymore. Paperwork was already submitted. Yeah, once you submit the paperwork, you can't send a letter saying, oh, listen, I know I put on the papers that was going to be my primary residence, but it's not. And actually, that's not what it was. They have she did a thing on like Zillow, a mortgage estimator, where she said it was going to be a second property or something like that, or a second rental home or something, and then changed her mind when she actually did the paperwork. All that matters is what you signed and what you signed and submitted. That's what matters. Yeah, so there's that. And then we got this. Oh, damn it. Comer pulls Comey's subpoena and Epstein file probe after the director says he has no information. So we just go, oh, you have no information? Okay. The House Oversight Chairman on Monday withdrew a subpoena for Comey's deposition over the Republicans' investigation into the late disgraced financier Jeffrey Epstein. Comer subpoenaed Comey as part of his probe in August, and the former FBI chief was expected to sit for deposition on Tuesday. However, Comey sent Comer a letter last week and said he has no knowledge or information relevant to the committee's investigation. Yeah, I hate when that happens, ain't it? Somalis did fraud and going to prison with the people that let them, no prison Democrat. Yeah. Yeah, did you know that they found out they did that 50% of the, let's just call them immigrants in Minnesota committed an immigration fraud. 50% immigration fraud. Seems like you can just flip a coin, Immigration fraud, not immigration fraud. I offered this letter in lieu of deposition that would be unproductive to consume the committee's scarce time and resources. And how can he say he has no information about it? Comey served as Deputy Attorney General from 2003 to 2005 as an FBI Director from 2013 to 2017. Both periods are being investigated by the committee, but Comey was not FBI Director when Epstein was arrested in 2019. Yeah, but what about all the other cases when they did all the raids on him originally, the first raids and stuff? Anyway, I don't know. I have to wait and see what happens with that. Give me 1 second. I'm closing some tabs. This is on to the next story now. A judge has blocked the Trump administration's effort to change teen pregnancy prevention programs. A judge Tuesday blocked President Trump's administration from requiring recipients of federal teen pregnancy prevention grants to comply with Trump's orders aimed at curtailing radical indoctrination and gender ideology. The ruling is a victory for 3 Planned Parenthood affiliates in California, Iowa, and New York that sued to try to block the enforcement of the Health and Human Services policy document issued in July, as they contend contradict the requirements of the grants as established by Congress. Of course, U.S. District Judge Beryl Howell, who was appointed by Barack Obama, blasted the administration's policy change in her written ruling, saying it was motivated solely by political concerns, devoid of any considered process or analysis, and ignorant of the statutory emphasis on evidence-based programming. The policy required changes to the pregnancy prevention program was part of the fallout from a series of executive orders Trump signed starting his first day back in the White House, aimed at rolling back LGBTQ insanity and DEI stuff. In the policy, the administration objected to teaching that promotes same-sex marriage and that normalizes or promotes sexual activity for minors. So they sued because they didn't want people stopping from promoting sex with minors. And same, how is teen pregnancy prevention have anything to fucking do with same sex? You can't get pregnant if you're the same sex. Didn't they teach them that? I mean, isn't that like basic fucking health education? You can't have two of the same things go together to make a baby. It's got to be one of one type and one of the other type. You know? Isn't there anything that can be done about these insane judges? Yeah, impeachment. That's about it. Mm-hmm. You know, judges blocked the Trump administration effort to change teen pregnancy prevention programs. How? So I get maybe they're going to teach. I didn't even think about that. That's how they're going to stop teen pregnancies, by telling everybody to be gay. So if everybody's gay, no one will get pregnant. Oh, you're right. I'm sorry. It's 2020. Men can get pregnant. Apple emoji told you so. Yeah, boys can have babies. Yeah, I forgot. Hey, John Mosley, what's up, buddy? Nice to see ya. Great to see ya. Yeah. Maps and wood chippers. Yep, that's what I say. A judge blocked the new requirements. Yeah, Beryl Howell. A judge Tuesday blocked the administration from requiring recipients comply with Trump's orders aimed at curtailing radical indoctrination and gender ideology. I don't see any problem with that. So we'll see what happens. This is going to have to go up to a higher court. Mm-hmm. This is it now. This is I was talking about here. This report came out from the CIA. I thought I had something on this, an X post. I guess I didn't. Report: a Biden suppressed Ukrainian concerns about his family's corrupt business dealings. This is a new story. Then Vice President Joe Biden suppressed concerns from Ukrainian officials about his family's corrupt business dealings in the country, newly classified declassified records show. Released Tuesday by CIA Director John Ratcliffe, the heavily redacted documents indicate U.S. intelligence officials squashed an intel report that revealed Ukrainian officials worried about Biden's visit to the country in December 2015. According to the records, these officials expressed bewilderment and disappointment at Biden's December 7th and 8th visit to Kiev, and assessed that the Vice President of the United States had come to Kiev almost exclusively to give a generic public speech. The further opined that he had no intention of discussing substantive matters, and then Ukrainian President Petro Poroshenko or other officials within the Ukrainian government. The report goes on to note that Poroshenko's administration officials privately muse at the U.S. media's scrutiny of the alleged ties of the Biden family to corrupt business practices in Ukraine. These officials, the analysis summarized, viewed the alleged ties of Biden's family to the corruption in Ukraine as evidence of a double standard within the United States government towards matters of corruption and political power. Nobody's going to go to prison? I don't know. Somebody needs to. The alleged ties disclosed in the report are likely in reference to Hunter Biden's role as the board member on Burisma, a position that earned him $80,000 a month, despite his lack of any knowledge in the field. And recall that in a 2018 speech to the Council on Foreign Relations, Biden infamously bragged about withholding U.S. aid to Ukraine as a means of getting the prosecutor tasked with investigating Burisma fired. I looked at them and said, I'm leaving in 6 hours. If the prosecutor's not fired, then you're not getting the money. Well, son of a bee, he got fired, and they put someone in place who was solid at the time. But the aforementioned intel report documenting Ukrainian officials concerned about Biden's 2015 visit never saw the light of day. A senior CIA official told Fox News that intelligence officials agreed that at the time of collection, the report would have met the threshold for dissemination, but based on the office of the vice president's preference, the information was never shared outside of the CIA. So the report that said Biden was a corrupt motherfucker, Biden said, yeah, don't share that. And they said, okay, Mr. Biden, we won't share that you're a corrupt motherfucker. And he got his 10% for the big guy. On February 10, 2016, an unnamed official within the Office of the Director of National Intelligence, identified only as PDB Briefer, sent an email to an unnamed CIA official about the report. An apparent reference to the Biden and his then National Security Advisor, Colin Kahl. The ODNI explicitly wrote, I just spoke with the VP NSA and he would strongly prefer the report not be disseminated. That's a smoking gun right there. Yes, I have that. I have that. Yes, I have that story. He tried to sell it to the Chinese. The land around our boop, 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 boop. You said 10? $10? Yeah, the big guy got his 10%. Thank you, Brian Ogden. With that, we are now $40 away from a second additional hour. No. Thank you very much. According to the New York Post, the PDB briefer was likely Deputy Director of National Intelligence Michael Dempsey, who provided an intelligence briefing to Barack Obama every morning at the time. Dempsey reported to then Director of National Intelligence James Clapper, who has been implicated in the Russiagate scandal to sabotage Donald Trump's first presidential term. Hey, J-Rock, what's up? That's right, I'm Based Jim. The latest bombshell is one of many to break in recent years, documenting Biden's family corrupt overseas business dealings. Joe Biden's team blocked CIA from distributing report on Hunter Biden's Ukraine business dealings. Yeah. Thanks, Brian. Thanks, Deep Pockets. He is based, member for 1 month. Well, thank you. Then Vice President Biden's team intervened in February 2016 to prevent the CIA from disseminating an intelligence report to policymakers about the perceptions senior Ukrainian officials held about his son's business dealings, newly declassified memos show. I'm changing my name to Patches and Pockets. What does that mean? Patches and Pockets? Something's going on. I just got to... The request that the intelligence community withhold a report from others in the U.S. government by Biden's national security advisor was extremely rare and unusual. Well, yeah. So there's that. And this is a National Review says Biden asked CIA to bury report on Ukraine visit, corruption, double standard. Breitbart says declassified docs, Obama administration withheld reports critical of Biden's Ukraine visit at the VP's request. You wonder how much Obama knew about Biden's scam in Ukraine, why Obama let it happen. Where did Obama get all this money from? Did you think about that? Obama had no money. His family had no money. They didn't come from money. And all of a sudden, Obama's buying property on Martha's Vineyard, property in Hawaii. He owns property all over the place. Where did he get this money from? How did the Obamas get money to become part of Netflix? I mean, this is all payoff shit, man. It's all a scam. You know, like Mr. Green Jeans. New York Post is reporting that Biden covered up Ukrainian complaints of corruption, double standards, secret CIA files received. Yep, China paid him. That's right. China paid him. Oh, Dick Parker says, I'm going to try to behave tonight, Jim. From China, Jim. Dick, you don't have to, you be yourself, Dick, all right? It doesn't, I'm going to tell everybody this, and I'm going to say it so everyone knows. I don't care if we argue in the chat. I don't care if people disagree. That's part of a conversation. That's part of how you make things happen. That's how your job to try to convince people to bring them to your side is with the truth and with, you know, what you believe and honesty. Trying to silence people or getting angry or, you know, telling people that they're stupid or that's wrong or whatever is, you know, you can say I disagree and I think you're wrong, but you don't, none of the insults and stuff are not necessary. And I'm not saying anybody insulted anybody, so don't go that. What I'm saying is be yourself, Dick. Be yourself. It's fine. You're welcome here. All are welcome. All are welcome. 100%. Yeah, Ukrainian officials were bewildered and disappointed by Biden's December visit. Yeah, we saw this, and then we got, here we go. This one, new. In 2017, Hunter Biden pursued a deal to sell land around the U.S. Embassy in Romania, and possibly the land on which the U.S. Embassy sat, to a joint venture that included Chinese government-linked company. So he tried to sell the land around our embassy and under our embassy to the Chinese Communist fucking Party. Come on. The venture and the Chinese company collapsed. This is from the New York Times, so everyone is wrong except me. Yes, we need more sauerkraut, definitely. The proper birth control is you don't have traditional intercourse, no baby can happen. Well, I guess maybe. A la Bhutan roulette. Let the good times roll. Uh-oh, Bella just, where'd she go? What's she doing? Oh, my goodness. Well, there you go. That's where she is. I think she's upset because I didn't get her blanket set up correctly tonight, so she's probably mad. Mm-hmm. Here is the Times a story. Hunter Biden pursued a deal to sell land around the U.S. Embassy. And somebody just came in my room. What's up, buddy? What do you need? Come here. What do you need? What? You need some milk or something? Want some milk? All right, I'll get it right now.
That's K for Kia.
Yeah, that's a key for a K for Kia. You're right. All right, I will be right back. I got to tuck him back in bed, people. Just give me a second here. I'll give you. I'll do. No, wait.
Okay.
All right, come on. Sorry. I'm back. Oh. Ay, ay, ay. There we go. Oh, let me switch this up. All righty. Sorry, everybody. My grandson wanted just wanted more chocolate milk. I used to think kids were the best. Grandkids are. Oh yeah, grandkids are the best. They're awesome. And with that, we are now $38 away from a second additional hour. And speaking of which, I got to fix, hold on. I got to fix Bella's camera. There we go. There she is. All right. What's to say? Chocolate milk. Yeah, chocolate milk. That's what he wanted. Some chocolate milk. Yeah. So, while his father, Joe Biden, was vice president, Hunter Biden began developing relationships that led to an audacious proposal to sell the land around the United States Embassy building in Romania to a group that included a Chinese company. Hunter Biden was involved in a proposed deal from multiple perspectives, creating what he privately acknowledged to an associate was an ethical quagmire, according to documents and 4 people with knowledge of the matter who were not authorized to speak about it. Even after years of investigations and a suggestion by federal prosecutors that Mr. Biden's work in Romania left him vulnerable to a foreign lobbying charge, the full story of his efforts have not been told before. Previously unreported default. Oh no, they want to show the full article? There we go. It's shared with me by a Time subscriber. That's right. Okay. Yeah, it left him vulnerable to a foreign lobbying charge. Why didn't they go after him for FISA? It says maybe you need a shock collar like Hassan to keep Bella in line. Sent you a vid of Hassan. Oh man, I'll look for that. I don't like seeing animals get injured. I mean, sorry, wrong button. And I forgot. Thank you, Allegan. I forgot Dick too. So thank you. And with that, we are now $33 away from an additional second hour, which I wonder if we, what's up? Hey, what's up, Castro? What's up? Nice to see you. Let me see. Did I let that expire? I did, didn't I? Oh, yeah. So I got to start another goal. 15 super chats for an hour. Set it for an hour, right? Set it for 1 hour. How we will celebrate like this. The news says no major injuries, just his hand being a bad dog owner who needs dog as a prop, so he shocks the dog to keep it on camera. Oh my God. Yeah, I don't. That's not cool. That's not cool at all. So, the full story of his efforts has not been told before. Previously unreported details exemplify how Mr. Biden's pursuit of lucrative foreign deals fit into the broader foreign influence industry and complicated U.S. diplomacy. The deal he was pursuing left open the possibility that the Chinese could have ended up with an ownership stake in a critical asset, the land around the embassy in Bucharest, and possibly the land on which the embassy sat. The possibility concerned one of his former partners who sought to avoid the outcome at the time, while another partner later rejected the idea that it was even ever on the table. The chapter fits well into the Warren book used by deep-pocket foreign interests to seek favor in Washington by courting politically connected Americans, including presidential family members like the adult sons of President Trump or the son and brother of former President Jimmy Carter. Hunter Biden's dealings in Romania began when his father was vice president, but the land deal did not take shape until the elder Mr. Biden had left office. Some of Hunter Biden's foreign dealings attracted wide attention when his father ran for president in 2020 and became a major political and legal issue during the Biden's presidency, though the Romanian effort remained largely and relatively unknown. He also sent a pro-Palestine protester interview. We watched and had to laugh at the crazy things he said. It was like a pro-Palpatine, so this was like a Lord of the Star Wars interview where the guy was talking about he was pro-Palpatine. Hunter Biden had dual roles in the enterprise. One was a businessman. He and his partners, including his father's younger brother, James, were stakeholders in a venture that was to co-own and develop properties and vacant land around the embassy in Bucharest. I know it was Palestine. I was just messing around. Joining them was the wealthy Romanian who had developed the area and an influential Chinese state-linked company with Hunter Biden was courting. The other role was legal counsel. While these negotiations were going on, Mr. Biden was separately working as a lawyer and advisor for the same Romanian developer, Gabriel Popoviciu. His legal team was trying to stymie a corruption case in Romania related to the purchase of the land years earlier. We have an interest, it seems, from every possible angle. Mr. Biden wrote in a WhatsApp message to one of his partners in May 2017 that was reviewed by a reporter for the New York Times. In the message chain, Biden conceded that he probably could not continue as a lawyer for Popoviciu if I am part of the purchasing group. The two roles, Biden wrote, should be as separate and distant as possible to avoid the appearance of clear conflict, which is not something to take lightly as an attorney. This guy's an attorney? Really? Who would hire him? I mean, he has the coke habit of an attorney, but hey-oh. Hunter Biden's foreign business dealings mostly came as he spiraled from addiction to self-destructive behavior that exacerbated family and financial problems amid his grief over the illness and death of his older brother, Bo. Oh, really? So it's all Bo's fault? This account of the Romanian proposal is derived from hundreds of pages of business documents, letters, emails, and text messages obtained via public records requests provided to congressional and executive branch investigators or retrieved from the cache of files linked to Biden's abandoned laptop. Yeah, Russian. Remember, Russian conspiracy, Russian disinformation. All you have to do is review the Marco Polo report on the Biden laptop and the corruption is clear. Oh, I know. It's there. The land deal collapsed in 2017 before the Chinese invested any money in it amid contentious struggle for control among Biden's partners, during which he protested in a WhatsApp message, I'm the only one putting an entire family legacy on the line. Yeah, Bo was their crutch, definitely. Bo was their crutch to cover up a bunch of stuff. They used him to get away with a bunch of stuff. And then, like, Biden used his dead wife for kids. There's like his wife and some kids died in a car crash. He used them for years. And then he just happened to start screwing around with the nanny. And that's who Jill was, the nanny. There is no evidence that Biden's father was involved in the business dealings, though he was introduced by his son to the executives in the Chinese company. A spokeswoman for the former president declined to comment. Hunter Biden, James Biden, and Popoviciu and their lawyers did not respond to requests for comments. Well, I guess this is probably why Biden pardoned all his entire fucking family, right? Probably. Because they probably were doing a bunch of illegal shit. You know, definitely. Most definitely, probably. And they had to censor everyone that used laptop and Biden in the same sentence. Yeah. Biden previously told the Times that his client never discussed anything related to Romania with his father. James Biden, they teamed up with Hunter and as stakeholders in the venture. Nonetheless, U.S. government officials were alarmed about the potential conflicts of interest between his father's vice presidential portfolio and Hunter Biden's businesses. It was weird that everywhere his dad was doing stuff as vice president, Hunter Biden had business dealings. The activity became a political liability when his father began a successful campaign for presidency in April 2019. No, it didn't. It wasn't a liability because you guys in the fucking media called it all lies and said, you're liars. Conspiracy theories. Put on your tinfoil hat, Alex Jones. The CEFC had come under scrutiny from authorities in the United States and China and had pivoted to cultivating Mr. Trump's circle. The Justice Department was looking into Hunter Biden's foreign businesses. Huh. Oh, yeah, here. See, look, see, here's proof that the Chinese, this is proof that the Chinese, it's right here, that the Chinese were involved with Trump. Look, there's the Chinese people with Trump. You see? That's totally the real Trump, right? Mm-hmm. This is a crazy story. This is an update. The other night, like a night or two ago, I talked about this guy that got arrested outside of the St. Matthew's Cathedral right before Red Mass, which is the mass that the Supreme Court justices show up at. Well, the story gets a lot more interesting now. Bo was a good boy. I do feel sad at times that Biden's such awful children, but what comes out when you treat them awfully. Yeah, I mean, who knows? What's the whole deal with the daughter that he was taking showers with and stuff? That's some creepy shit, man. Justices Roberts, Kavanaugh, and Comey attended the Red Mass last year, seen here. This year, none attended because of concerns about safety. Their concerns about the pervasiveness of left-wing domestic terrorism proved very precedent. Yeah, see? It's hard to believe, but leftists previously picketed the church during the Red Mass in prior years to target Kavanaugh with the smear that he was a gang rapist. On top of that defamation, he's now suffered an assassination attempt and now would be bombing at that very Mass. Mm-hmm. Why is this? Yeah, this was anyway. Oh, this was supposed to start here. Anyway, this was supposed to start here. A man arrested with 200 explosives outside of a church event for the Supreme Court justices on Sunday had a manifesto showing that his anger was directed at the Supreme Court, ICE, Catholics, and Jews. The Daily Wire found last year 3 consecutive conservative justices were at the special mass. Yeah, this guy, man arrested with 200 explosives and a leftist manifesto. So they tried to bury this, didn't want to tell nobody. This was exactly 1 week after the church was attacked in Michigan. So one Sunday later, this guy was outside a church, a cathedral in D.C. that has a special mass that's attended by the Supreme Court usually. They usually attend, and he was waiting to blow them up. Seen it in the news anywhere? Did you guys see it anywhere? Anyone talking about it? Police say the bombs were viable. This was 2 days before a Biden judge let Kavanaugh's attempted assassin off with a slap on the wrist over prosecutors' concerns about the need to send a message that would deter others. This could add to Ted Cruz's calls to impeach Judge Boardman. Yeah. And placed him in handcuffs when I asked, confirmed they had a device in front fleas. EOD detectives continued to search measures, which revealed a large cache of homemade destructive devices recovered from his tent. Further review of his paperwork revealed the significant animosity towards the Catholic Church, members of the Jewish faith, members of SCOTUS, and ICE facilities. Mm-hmm. It's hard to believe, but leftists previously picketed the church during the Red Mass in previous years to target Kavanaugh with the smear that he was a gang rapist. On top of the defamation, he's now suffered an assassination attempt and now would be bombing at the very Mass. Yeah, see? Mm. Justice Roberts, Kavanaugh, and Coney attended it's Comey, Barrett, and Barrett, not Coney. Who's just writing this? This year, none of you attended because of the concerns. None of them attended because they caught the guy there with bombs. So he would just have murdered ordinary American Catholics and he'd been fine with that? These people are absolutely dangerous lunatics. Throw him in jail forever. Well, he's probably going to get off because they're going to say, he's probably going to say he's trans. He'll be fine. The man arrested by D.C. on Sunday outside the Mass in honor of Supreme Court had hundreds of explosive devices. Hundreds of explosive devices. CNN, The Hill, and MSN all reported on it. Yeah, they reported that a guy was arrested with a Molotov cocktail. That's what they were, Rustbox. That's what they reported. A guy was arrested with a Molotov cocktail. Yeah. Yeah. No, he had 200 IEDs. They found all 200 bombs. That's what they're saying. 200 bombs. That's the point. They reported a Molotov. The guy got arrested. He had a Molotov cocktail. Mm-hmm. The man arrested had a manifesto saying he wanted to kill the Supreme Court and Catholics. Man with 200 explosives arrested outside Catholic Church just hours before the justices were to attend Mass. Mm-hmm. The facts inside a reporter's notebook links. What's this? Where's the fucking story at? Oh, article. A man was charged with 8 counts for bringing 200 homemade explosive devices to Washington, D.C. Catholic Church, where Supreme Court justices were to attend Mass on Sunday. They call those IEDs. For whatever reason, they're not calling them IEDs. They're not calling them improvised explosive devices. I mean, that's what a homemade explosive is, an IED. The man arrested and charged is Louis Gary, 41, of Vineland, New Jersey. I know another person that's kind of crazy from Vineland, New Jersey, a guy named Gino Bisconti. He's from Vineland, New Jersey. He'd set up a tent on the top of the stairs with more than 200 handmade destructive devices inside, including bottle rockets and Molotov cocktails, the Washington Post reported. The Metropolitan Police approached Gary inside a tent as they were clearing the block for Red Mass, an annual service marking the start of the new Supreme Court term and honoring the judiciary. Just wait for my pierogies. Yeah, you remember those New York attorneys giving out Molotov cocktails, serving up no time? Yeah, because because the Justice Department, gave them sweetheart deals. Hey, Kelly J, rewinding as always. Well, we'll still be here. We're chilling. Uh-oh. Hey, you gotta go to bed, buddy.
Gotta go bed.
You gotta go to bed.
Listen ear told face.
What?
Listen ear told the
Yeah, come on, go to bed.
That's in BMW.
Yeah, that's a BMW. Yeah, go to bed. Come on.
It's all about movies. About all
Sorry. I'm sorry, people. Grandkids are great. I figure from speech, 3 to 4 year old. When they hit 5, they take off on language. Yeah, he's not 3 yet. He's still not 3 yet. So he's almost 3. Yeah. BMW kid. Yeah, he was watching something in there. He came to tell me that he's watching. I don't know if you guys know Blippi. He's watching Blippi in there. It's on playing before you go to sleep. And he, I don't know, some episode where he's got an excavator and he's crushing cars. So he came to tell me about the car was getting crushed. So thanks, Dick. I'm so lucky I am. And that's another $2 towards the goal. So we're now $31 away from an additional second hour. And I'm not going to count the time that I had to leave. So don't worry about that. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. I didn't specify which bed. That's Grandpa's fault. Yeah, could be. Anyway, so several justices normally attend a Mass. As the security situation unfolded, none of the justices attended this year's Mass according to the Catholic Standard. When officers asked him to leave, he told them, "You might want to stay back and call the federales. I have explosives." His lawyer did not respond to a post request for comment. A police officer called over a sergeant with the bomb squad who told him to move because there was an event. Gary allegedly said he knew about the event and said he had bombs. You want me to throw one out? I'll test one out on the streets. I have hundreds plus of them. If you just step back, I'll take out I'll take out that tree. No one will get hurt. It'll just be a hole where that tree used to be. That's crazy. Ugh, that's nuts. When police said they were going to forcibly remove him if he did not leave, documents show he responded by telling police several of your people are going to die from one of these. Sergeant agreed to read what Gary had written down and attempted to de-escalate. He allegedly unzipped the flap of the tent and handed over 9 pages of notebook paper titled "Written Negotiations for the Avoidance of Destruction of Property via Detonation of Explosives." Per court records, the pages expressed animosity towards the Catholic Church, Supreme Court justices, members of Judaism, U.S. Immigration and Customs Enforcement. Sergeant noted explosives in his tent, according to the records, and after he told the sergeant to have the police step away or there's going to be deaths, the sergeant told surrounding officers to back up and notified command staff. While officers formed a perimeter, court records show Gary left his tent and walked over to the trees near the corner of the church to urinate. The sergeant and another officer stopped and handcuffed him as he wrestled to get away. He allegedly told them he had an explosive device on his person, which they recovered. For your kids, we kept phones and TV out of the bedrooms. Yeah, I know, but I don't know, man. It's just, I don't know. Since he was really little, his mother put TV on, playing stuff like Cocomelon and stuff for him to fall asleep to. So now it's just the way he falls asleep watching stuff. Is really not my place to say no. I'm just a grandfather. I just go along with the program. He was arrested. The devices were taken to the FBI for processing. Authorities found that some of the vials contained nitromethane, an explosive compound used in improvised explosive devices, such as those from the 95 Oklahoma City bombing. Other explosives were modified bottle rockets with aluminum foil heads and treated in a pyrotechnic solution, according to the court records. Authorities said the devices appeared to be fully functional. Are they rockets? Are they calling them bottle rockets, or are they actual rockets? Like aerial bombs. Among the charges he's faced is his manufacture or possession of a weapon of mass destruction. The guy is crazy. You bet he'll get off because he's crazy. Maybe. On Monday, he was arraigned in court on 2 charges and after which he was barred from the property. Possession of a destructive device and false report of a weapon of mass destruction. How is it a false report of a weapon of mass destruction if he had weapons of mass destruction? I mean, I don't understand. What is going on? How is it a false report? They said he had weapons of mass destruction. And then, this is the Federalist says, man arrested for explosives at Judiciary Mass days after Kavanaugh attacker got life sentence. Days after the man who tried to assassinate Supreme Court Justice Brett Kavanaugh was given a light sentence, police arrested a 41-year-old man on bomb charges after he showed up to a mass traditionally attended by the Supreme Court justices to mark the beginning of the High Court's annual term. Yeah. Bottle rockets. I think that's what I'm saying. There's, bottle rocket weapon of mass destruction. I think they're just using a term, bottle rockets, for something that's a rocket. They probably had bigger rockets, like maybe, like 2-inch rockets or something, or 3-inch rockets. Not no little bottle rockets that go pop. It's got to be bigger rockets that can actually carry some kind of payload, I would imagine. So, but anyway. Even the Washington Post is reporting now that the man was arrested, had 200 homemade explosives. Mm-hmm. And then we're going to move on to the next story now. The next story. The woman who attacked ICE agents this weekend is already free. That's right. The woman who rammed ICE agents off the road and tried to box them in. Yeah. The police report the facts and the media twist it up. Yeah, they do.
Our cameras were rolling as the woman shot by federal agents was released from federal custody. Charlie just mentioned 30-year-old Mara Martinez, who was accused of ramming her car into agents. Here you see her leaving the federal detention center downtown this evening. A short time later, 21-year-old Anthony Ian Santos Ruiz was also released. According to the criminal complaint, Martinez and Ruiz forcibly assaulted, resisted, opposed, impeded, intimidated, and interfered with an officer. Our cameras were rolling as the woman shot.
I mean, wasn't it? Why weren't they charged with, like, they should have been charged with state felonies for ramming the cars, not just federal felonies. I mean, for attacking the cars. I mean, where's the attempted murder or, assault, battery, like all these other charges? It doesn't make sense to me. Something doesn't make sense here. Yeah, the judge deemed their actions extremely dangerous and reckless, but then she released them.
Judy, the judge in this case basically said that neither Miramar Martinez nor Anthony Reese pose a flight risk, and so she has ordered them freed pending their trial. Now, their cases have been jointed together in the same legal complaint, even though both were driving separate vehicles on the day in question, and according to their friends and family, they do not know each other. In court today, prosecutors described Miramar Martinez and Anthony Reese's actions as extremely dangerous and extremely reckless, saying the two had been following the Border Patrol agent's vehicle for 20 to 30 minutes before the alleged ramming took place Saturday morning, adding that the defendants weren't in the wrong place at the wrong time. The complaint filed in court alleges that on October 4th, 3 Border Patrol officers acting as security detail were driving a silver Chevy Tahoe in Oak Lawn when they were aggressively pursued by what is described as a convoy of civilian vehicles. That convoy, alleges the complaint, was attempting to box them in when they were struck, first by Martinez, then moments later by Ruiz, near 39th Place in Kedzie. Martinez was shot 5 times by agents, then arrested at a repair shop a mile away, while Reese was arrested at a gas station nearby. The criminal complaint, including photos of the CBP-driven vehicle, along with photos of both Martinez's and Reese's vehicles, with damage they say is consistent with the ramming. Now, in court today, defense attorneys for both Martinez and Reese disputed the government's version of events, but since this was a detention hearing, they mostly limited themselves to arguing why their respective clients should be released, with Martinez's attorney saying that she is still recovering from the injuries from those 5 gunshot wounds and needs immediate medical attention. Both are scheduled to be back in court at a later date.
She didn't look like she had no 5 gunshot wounds. What the fuck are they talking about? She came out hugging people and walking fine. Oh my God. Yeah, 5 scratches. Yeah. I mean, this is ridiculous. Yeah, they dispute. It's on video. There's a video of her ramming the cars and all the shit happening. I mean, whatever. I don't know. I mean, I sure hope they get a jury pool that isn't Chicago, because American citizens are so tired of this bullshit. Miramar Martinez and Anthony Ruiz have been released until their trial because they don't pose a flight risk. These are the 2 individuals who were shot by ICE for ramming their vehicles. Yeah. The judge deemed their actions extremely dangerous and extremely reckless, but she released them. It appears this judge has connections to support illegals. Why do we have an 8-week boot camp to become citizens, only serve 1 year? It was apparently started under Obama and stopped in 2017 and restarted under Biden. No wonder our military has crazies. Honorable Judge Heather McShane, magistrate judge in the U.S. District Court for Northern District, reads the naturalization oath to the United States of America during naturalization sharing inside the USS Yorktown Visitor Center at RTC in Great Lakes. Wow. The Navy's naturalization at basic training began in 2010, allowing eligible recruits to complete the citizenship process, including taking the oath of allegiance during boot camp and before graduation. The program was temporarily halted in 2017 and was restarted in 2021. They're not supposed to be able to become citizens until they complete their service. They're not supposed to be able to become citizens until they complete their service. Well, I'm not surprised. These people always ruin the country. Yeah. So it's this Heather McShane is the judge. There's no way the judge. Yeah. Notice they don't show the video. No, they don't show the video. They don't show the video. Let me look for it. I have it somewhere. And with that, we are $29 away. $29 away from a second additional hour. Let's see here. Nothing in the ghetto. Let's see. Nothing on Twitch, right? Nobody on Kick. Yeah, Kick. I don't even know if I'm going to Kick. It seems like I don't get no views at all. You never once heard anyone say they were shot. That's what they were saying. They were shot. Now they're saying they were shot 5 times. The judge presiding over the case of Miramar Martinez and Santos Ruiz has ordered they be released from custody. Raise your hand if you want Pam Bondi to supersede that ruling or revoke their bonds. ICE had to shoot L.A. Maggie, was shot 5 times. This cannot stand. We saw this. The video, if you can, just need to move on this quickly. The woman is dangerous. She doesn't deserve to walk among us. Yeah, here she is. Here's the woman. Post her stuff. I ain't going to get eyes. You don't impeach corrupt judges, you cannot fix the country. They will form a cartel, a judicial dictatorships, and block all reforms protecting the systemic corruption that puts them in their seats. Yes, let's do this. We're going to go like this. Since we're here, we're going to look left-wing domestic terrorism. Yeah. Stephen Miller says left-wing domestic terrorism. Yes. Well, ain't that a brother fucker? That's funny. Yeah. So let's look. We're going to look for a video of ICE ramming. Here we go. Unhinged driving vehicle in Chicago. The video shows the moment the driver slammed into the immigration and customs people. Ready? See, there's the car ramming them and pushing them. See him pushing it right there? All right. And then you're going to see another vehicle is going to come in and ram them from the other way. Oh, no, that was a second incident, not here. So they go and then they get rammed by another one. That was her, what she did right there. That was her ramming them and slamming into the car and pushing them. So there you go. That's right there. Yeah, and then Brandon Johnson, ice-free zones. He's crazy. He's a nut job. Oh, out here. So judge grants bond to the 2 accused of ramming. A federal judge allowed bond money for the 2 people accused of impeding officers this weekend. ICE agents shot one of them for allegedly ramming the vehicle. It happened on Saturday in Chicago Southside. In the end, the judge said, given both are U.S. citizens, lifelong residents of Chicago with no criminal history, they can be released on bond. Prosecutors called them a danger to the community. Defense attorneys say that's far from the truth. A federal complaint alleges both use their vehicles as dangerous weapons against federal agents. Like, this is, I don't understand. Is this because Chicago has weird? Yeah. This is scary. A federal judge. Yeah, a magistrate judge, a federal magistrate judge who's connected to, like involved with immigrant shit. So probably a TDS judge. Well, that's the thing. That's the thing. Shot 5 times and still breathing. Yeah. You know, a lot of people are really like handguns really, I mean, you got to hit something vital with a handgun. Like it's a difference between a handgun and a rifle. You get shot with a rifle, you're pretty much screwed. You know, like one shot, but handguns, like you can poke a lot of holes with somebody with a handgun. And yeah, it happened in Brighton Park when Border Patrol agents in a marked vehicle said they were followed for miles by a convoy of civilian vehicles. And then they alleged that they used their vehicles to barricade and hit the agent's SUV and block them in, which we saw the video. That's exactly what happened. They come bear behind, and you can't throw a sub sandwich, but an SUV is fair game. No, actually, the guy that threw the sub sandwich, the grand jury in D.C. refused to indict that guy. They said no problem because there's a whole thing going on in D.C. now with these left-wing groups through that Norm Eisen and this other Free D.C. Organization. They're doing seminars and telling people, not to indict anybody that gets indicted by the Trump administration. Basically, they're just letting people go. It's basically an anarcho tyranny is what we're living in right now. Yeah, Mom always told me, "Believe have what you read and none of what you read." Yeah, rules to live by. Yeah, believe half of what you see and none of what you hear. They can be released. The point of bond is to show up to trial. No criminal record. What are their bond conditions? I don't know, but they sure got out quick. Like it should have, like their bond should have been like several $100,000 for that crime. I mean, you attack a cop, it's supposed to be like a serious bond, like $50,000, $100,000. So, he was really abusive and publicly abusive, no matter what side he is. Okay. Yeah. Then the Chicago Tribune just says that the woman shot in Brighton Park, ordered released. Lawyer said expletive used against her. Oh, so the lawyer said they used an expletive against her. So did they call her the N-word? Is that what they're going to claim? She's got, if you look at her arm, she's got a tattoo with the chemical makeup of methamphetamines on her arm. Just saying. Yeah, and Kelsey Fitzsimmons sits in jail. Yeah, it's crazy, right? Not really. Why do cops get attacked equal higher bond than if I get attacked? I don't know. It's just usually it's the way they look at it because they say somebody has a more tendency. Somebody who's willing to attack the police is more of a danger to society than somebody who just attacks a random person. A woman shot by an immigration agent said she allegedly rammed his vehicle on Chicago's Southwest Side over the weekend, was ordered released. In a hearing where attorney claimed it was federal agents patrolling the city with assault rifles who were the real danger. Seriously? The incident and Saturday ratcheted up the already tense atmosphere between feds and law enforcement. The community has been subject to nearly a month of Operation Midway Blitz. The tension was on full display in the Dirksen Federal Courthouse, where dozens of supporters, the woman who was shot, as well as her co-defendant, packed the magistrate's courtroom for her initial appearance. Prosecutors say the actions of Reese were extremely dangerous and extremely reckless. They put both. I wouldn't say no. It wasn't extremely dangerous and reckless. I would say it was a calculated attack to try to murder the cops. That's what they're trying to do. Yep, this is starting to send a message to the rest of the nut jobs in the country that they can get away with it. That's exactly what's doing. It's the judge that gave the guy who tried to kill Kavanaugh 8 years is saying, "Hey, you could kill a Supreme Court judge. Try to kill somebody 8 years." Martinez's attorney called into question the government's versions of events, including what was captured on body camera of one of the agents in the vehicle. Parenti, who said he's viewed the body camera footage multiple times, revealed in court just before the shooting, one of the agents was captured saying, "Do something, bitch," while his hands were on his assault rifle. Okay. In asking that they both be held without bond pending trial, a U.S. Attorney Sean Hennessy called the pair a danger to the community. They're endangered one another, and they also put in danger anybody who's on the street, other motorists and other people. Hennessy said both Martinez and Marias were part of a convoy of cars that have been following agents as they conducted immigration enforcement operations. This was intentional. They were not there by mistake. This was not a spur of the moment. Parenti said it was clear that the agents aren't from Chicago, in part because the body camera captured them butchering the street name Kedzie. So what? The fuck difference does it make? He said the real dangers come from having trigger-happy agents in fatigues and armed with assault rifles driving around unfamiliar neighborhoods and unmarked vehicles whose only markings were an Uber logo. Oh, it's crazy what happened out there, and it's dangerous, but it's not Miss Martinez who is the danger. This lawyer should be disbarred. He also said the footage showed the agent driving the vehicle suddenly turn the wheel to the left and jump out and start shooting. At least some of the 5 shots went through the passenger side of Martinez's vehicle, indicating they were not being rammed head on. Okay. Does that matter? You saw there's video of her ramming the fucking car. What they should have did is they should have appealed this, because this is a magistrate. They should have took it to a district judge and said, seriously, you're going to let this person out on bond? They shouldn't have let him out. They should have held him. Yeah. Should have called him the C word. B word is too nice. Yeah. It is crazy. Yeah. Yeah. Grow up and follow the laws. It's nuts, right? Hennessy did not respond to those specific allegations, but argued the camera also picked up the agent saying, we're getting boxed in. We got to get out of here. She's going to make contact right before the car struck on both sides. Hennessy also know that Martinez had a loaded pistol in her purse at the time, even though she has a concealed carry license and never brandished it. Having a gun at the scene made the situation all more volatile. Oh, I thought they reported that she pulled the gun on him. If the majority of the shots went through the passenger side, she did not get hit. Yeah. This is a horrible situation, the judge said. It's a miracle to me that no one else was more seriously injured. Martinez and Ruiz both appeared in court dressed in orange jail clothes and shackled at the ankles. The hearing was attended by numerous relatives and supporters. One called out, "We love you," as they were led from the courtroom. Another, "Keep your head up, pray." They're both from Chicago, were charged in a criminal complaint Sunday with forcibly assaulting, impeding, and interfering with federal law enforcement officers, which carries up to 20 years in prison. According to the complaint, U.S. Customs and Border Patrol agent was driving south on Pershing Road near the intersection of 39th and Kedzie when 2 other CBP agents as passengers. The officers were acting as security detail and were followed by a convoy of civilian vehicles, including a silver Nissan Rogue driven by Martinez and a black GMC Envoy driven by Ruiz. The convoy of civilian vehicles followed the agents closely and pursued the Border Patrol agents aggressively, disobeying traffic laws, including running red lights and stop signs, driving in the wrong lane, and driving the wrong way down one-way streets. Martinez drove off after the shooting, but paramedics discovered her in her vehicle at a repair shop about a mile away. Ruiz also drove away from the collisions, but law enforcement located him in his vehicle at a gas station about a half a block away. Her boyfriend is an illegal alien? Well, probably. Yeah, they should go back to 10 millimeters. Yeah, well, they had rifles. They should have used the fucking rifles. Yeah. All 3 agents were equipped with body cameras, but the camera of only one of the passengers was switched on at the time of the incident. The body camera footage has not been released publicly. On Monday, the FBI posted a separate security video on the website purporting to show the crash and its aftermath, although most of it happens at the top or just off the frame. Oh, okay. Oh, here she is celebrating. Woohoo! Yeah, I got out. I'm number 1. I could do this and get away with it. And the footage from a nearby business shows Ruiz's car speeding from behind the agents, which slows down and is then struck. Ruiz's car then backs up and crashes into a parked vehicle, does a U-turn, and speeds off before returning to a parking lot of businesses. Martinez's silver sedan, meanwhile, appears to be following behind and swerves to the left of the officer's car following. The shooting itself was not captured. After the incident, both Pritzker and Duckworth, both Democrats, accused Trump of and his aggressive federal enforcement of creating confrontation. Patricia McLaughlin, a spokesperson for Homeland Security, said the attack was part of a larger pattern of violence against immigration agents during the Trump administration's Operation Midway Blitz. The violence and dehumanization of these men and women are simply enforcing the law must stop. No, we don't need an incident like Floyd to get the elect accolade. If she was killed, they would use her. Yeah. No. We got this other one. We got another woke judge. Watch this. We got a woke San Francisco judge considers early release for a 91-time felon just 5 years after he killed 2 women while high on meth. Career criminal Troy McAllister was arrested in 2020 after fatally striking two women, Hanako Abe and Elizabeth Platt, on New Year's Eve. He was on parole driving a stolen car and allegedly high on meth and alcohol at the time. He's facing vehicular manslaughter charges for the deadly crash, and Judge Michael Burgert may allow him to avoid prosecution through a diversion program. McAllister's attorney has requested that his case be moved to drug court, which Burgert oversees.
You have an individual who had committed 91 felonies, and they had been let out again to get a second chance, a third chance, a fourth chance, and they ended up stealing a car and killing two innocent women.
McAllister was on parole at the time. His attorney, Scott Grant of the San Francisco Public Defender's Office, says the court appearance was for receipt of an eligibility report and treatment plan from the Department of Public Health. There were no arguments on a mental health diversion motion. Grant is pursuing the motion for McAllister and says he would receive treatment for an underlying condition with regular check-ins and electronic monitoring while remaining in a long-term residential treatment facility.
Research continuously shows that long-term structured treatment far improves public safety over simple incarceration.
The district attorney's office has said McAllister is not eligible for mental health diversion because of his DUI charge. Grant said he would file opposition to the DA's position. Protesters say enough.
If you have a pattern of escalating behavior and you're being let out again and again and again, you have to face some consequences.
To wait 5 years to finally get a request that says we might want to put this into diversion is an assault on criminal justice.
Yeah, it's an assault on criminal justice. Yeah, you feel safer, right? What happened to 3 strikes and you're out? I think they got ruled unconstitutional. He has an underlying. Okay, what happened to 3 strikes? He's out. I think they got ruled unconstitutional in California because they were doing it crazily. Yeah, the underlying condition is he's a fucking criminal. Yeah, he's a criminal. Yeah, the media no longer has the power they once did. They can't twist reality like they used to. Nope, they can't. No, because people need to speak up too. You know, I mean, we saw the case the other day of the guy who killed that 6-year-old boy and is getting released after 10 years because he was found not guilty by reason of insanity on the murder, but guilty but mentally deficient because he was high on fucking K2 or something. So he killed a bunch of people. He's going to kill the whole family, and he's getting out. I mean, what is going on? What is going on? This is nuts. Yeah. Says Scott Grant of the San Francisco Public Defender's Office says research continuously shows that long-term structured treatment far improves public safety over simple incarceration. If he's incarcerated and never gets out, I guess that would be way better for public safety, wouldn't it? I mean, 91 felonies. I don't think he should ever be out of jail. I'm sorry. Yeah. Charles Manson was high too. Charles Manson didn't actually ever kill anybody. He didn't even go into those houses, and he's, never got out of jail. Crazy, right? There's also a lot of compelling evidence to suggest that Charles Manson was part of MK Ultra. He was all involved up there with in San Francisco when they were using LSD to brainwash people, do stuff, and Operation Midnight Climax. Some of the girls involved in Midnight Climax were Manson's girls. So just saying, he was in Alcatraz at the time they were doing those experiments, just like with Whitey Bulger. Just saying. Yeah, we saw this. Well, we'll play it again because he's an idiot.
Research continuously shows that long-term structured treatment far improves public safety over simple incarceration. Research
by who? Not by the people the guys killed, right? Yeah. And we got this, right? At this point, we're beginning to think someone should check South Carolina Attorney General Alan Wilson's hard drive. He let off almost every single pedophile in one of our counties. Hold the line. Yeah. The basis for law enforcement concern is the failure of the SCAG to prosecute these cases efficiently and leniency by them in negotiating sentences. In response, I asked my office to review the available statistics concerning child pornography cases prosecuted by the SCAG in Dorchester County. The child pornography statistics in our county confirm the concerns raised by law enforcement. So cases disposed by them, 385, trials, 0, dismissals, 356. For fuck's sake. So 385 cases of pedophiles, and he dismissed 356 out of 385. Oh. I mean, this is nuts. Of the 385 warrants handled by them, only 29 resulted in convictions, a rate of 7.5%, and the remaining warrants were dismissed outright. The high rate of dismissals is likely to reason over 90% of child pornographers who plead guilty receive suspended sentences. For the few convictions that were obtained, only 2 defendants received an actual time sentence, with the remainder receiving probationary or time served. Specifically, 31 of the 33 defendants either had the charges dismissed completely or received some type of suspended sentence. The suspended a sentence. Bring me justice, Don Corleone. The suspended a sentence. Yes, completely insane. The soft approach to child pornography cannot be attributed to judges handling down lenient sentences. This is because not a single case has been taken to a jury trial. All these convictions were negotiated by the South Carolina Attorney General. Someone needs to check his hard drive. The judge who was arrested for helping an illegal alien evade ICE has been suspended without pay. Yeah. No one's above the law. No one should be above the law. No. What are they waiting for some child to be physically harmed first? Well, I would argue that any child that was involved in the creation of any of that material was already harmed. Boston judge accused of shielding illegal migrant gets brutal news. Boston judge accused of assisting an unauthorized immigrant in evading U.S. Customs Enforcement in 2018 is scheduled to face a misconduct hearing. Judge Shelley M. Richmond Joseph is facing a civil misconduct allegation. This, you guys might remember, this lady was, I agree as well, but you get what I'm implying. No, I get totally what you're implying. That they're waiting for them, like someone to get, yeah, I get what you're saying. But this woman, all right, did the same thing that the judge in Wisconsin did, but she did it during Trump's first term with an illegal alien, and she got arrested and everything, and they were charging her. But then as soon as Biden came in, they dropped the charges. But she's still getting punished by the Supreme Judicial Court. They're, basically saying, no, you can't do this. So she's forbidden from re-entering the United States until 2027, appeared in court on drug possession charges with a fugitive warrant from Pennsylvania. ICE agent was waiting outside to take him into custody. Joseph appeared in the Suffolk County Superior Court in Boston, where the misconduct hearing is now underway. Presiding Judge Dennis McNerney noted that he will produce a report explaining his findings and recommendations after the hearing are completed. At the start of the session, the counsel emphasized that her client had not been proven guilty of any crime. If you were to walk down the street and take a survey of people you met, 100% of them will tell you Judge Joseph let an illegal immigrant out of the back door of the district court. The attorney representing her stated in opening remarks. 50% of them would say she's a criminal and should go to jail. 50% would call her a folk hero for what she gave, but she actually did it. So you're admitting she did the crime. So she got to do the time. Sorry. The fact that you're saying it's just because there's a bunch of people that say they're okay with it. Well, guess what? They're not, because there was just a fucking study done, a survey. We got it later on in the show. 78% of the American public surveyed said every illegal alien got to go. So these people protesting, they're the fucking minority, the loud minority. Yeah. Hello. Here we go. Congress should impeach the judge who gave the would-be mass SCOTUS assassin just 8 years. Definitely. Very weird. Congress should impeach the judge who gave the mass the would-be mass SCOTUS assassin just 8 years. This judge, Deborah Boardman, Biden appointee. Judge Deborah may not be interested in deterring the next Nicholas Roski, but Congress has the power to deter the next Boardman. Last Friday, Judge Deborah Boardman of the U.S. District Court for the District of Maryland shocked anyone with a conscience by imposing a comically light sentence to the young man, Nicholas Roski, who tried to kill Justice Brett Kavanaugh in the spring of 2022, while also planning to kill 2 more of Kavanaugh's conservative colleagues. In doing so, she functionally condoned political violence as long as it's from the left and based her decision in large part on her sympathy for the purported transgender status of the would-be assassin. In a year of preposterous district court decisions, this one takes the cake. Boardman gave a slap on the wrist to somebody who planned and attempted the worst sort of political terrorism, it seems, because of her ideological sympathies. The decision is so potentially corrosive to our civic peace that Congress would be right to consider impeachment proceedings against Boardman. As a federal district judge have found increasingly novel and extreme ways to foil the Trump administration's agenda, calls on the right for judicial impeachment have grown. Indeed, actual articles of impeachment have been introduced. This past spring, the Chief Justice himself denounced the movement. That he did so was imprudent. It's not for judges to decide how Congress wields the impeachment power. But his basic argument was probably right. Going back to the start of the Republic, there has been a general agreement that mere political disagreement is not enough to warrant impeaching a judge. What Boardman did in the Roski sentencing is a different kind from simply bending the law to rule against a disfavored party. She seems to have openly excused political violence on ideological grounds. She did this both in her substantive sentencing decisions and in her given justifications at the sentencing. First, a reminder of what Roski did. As we know from the sentencing recommendations, Roski was incensed by the leaked Dobbs decision while living in California. He mused openly, "I'm going to stop Roe v. Wade from being overturned. I could get at least one, which would change the votes for a decade to come, and I'm shooting for 3. He then researched how to carry out an assassination and proceeded to supply himself for the enterprise. You can't deter a precision crime as a judge based on feelings. Yeah, you can't. He went to the Justice Kavanaugh's house intending to kill him, but saw a marshal on duty. After some time casing the house without incident, he seems to have gotten cold feet and turned himself in. This is terrorism, pure and simple. He intended to engage in a deadly violence against public figures. That he didn't succeed is fortunate and beside the point. As Kavanaugh performs his judicial duties, he now has to worry about the real possibility of left-wing lunatic coming to kill him or his family. The same goes for his colleagues, 2 of whom, again, were also in Roski's crosshairs. Boardman, it seems, didn't much care about any of this. The crimes of which Roski was charged carried a potential life sentence. The government was asking for 30 years. Boardman, agreeing with Roski's attorney, gave him only 8. We know this was ideological because Boardman seemed more sympathetic to Roski than to the Kavanaughs. Of them, Boardman concluded that Roski got far too close to executing her plans. The fact of the matter is she abandoned them. Roski, in Boardman's telling, is a she because on the eve of sentencing, Roski's attorneys announced he was actually transgender. Boardman lapped this up. At sentencing, Boardman reported he was concerned about whether Roski would be placed in a women's prison and given hormone replacement. She wondered openly whether Roski's claimed transgender status should affect his sentence, and why 3 years after the fact, Roski is actually a threat to the public. She observed in the end that she was heartened that this terrible infraction has helped Roski's family accept their daughter for who she is. Boardman even speculated that Roski's terrorism was seeded in the challenges he had in being transgender in a religious family, and that left-wing terrorism became the real victim once he's announced. The left-wing terrorist became the real victim once he announced he was a she. Beyond the ideological sympathy, Boardman shockingly gutted Roski's terrorism enhancement at sentencing. In our sentencing regime, a defendant's sentencing range under the guidelines can go up if factors are present that justify enhancements such as terrorism. As prosecutors here explained, the defendant's objective to target and kill judges to seek to alter a court ruling is an inherent form of terrorism and strikes at the core of the United States Constitution, our prescribed system of government. Indeed, it seems Roski's lawyers didn't even disagree with the enhancement. They just asked Boardman to depart from the proposed guideline range that the enhancement would establish. While Boardman acknowledged the crime did involve domestic terrorism, she then concluded the enhancement didn't make a lot of sense because some academics have argued that terrorists tend not to recidivate. The message from this is clear. If you engage in an act of terrorism but do it for the right reasons, i.e. preserving abortion and coming to terms with your so-called gender identity, the courts don't need to treat it as terrorism. We did cover this story last night, but this is talking about impeaching This is a call to impeach the judge. Of course, the sentence isn't just about Roski. Among other things, criminal sentences serve both to deter future criminals and communicate society's values. For example, Judge Royce Lamberth justified his actions while sentencing a man to a prison term just shy of Roski's for using a megaphone to urge others into the Capitol. This cannot become normal. As a society, we as a community and country can't normalize the events of January 6th. It seems though we can normalize the events outside of Kavanaugh's house. Roski's sentence doesn't deter, and it communicates that what matters isn't political terrorism, but transgender journey of self-discovery. It's hard to explain how corrosive this is to our body politic. And okay, the events of 1920 Charlotte. Okay, we're not gonna read that. He goes on to note the early days. Okay, I'm not gonna. Boardman's decision to normalize political terrorism is therefore beyond the pale. It's not that she just misapplied the guidelines or got the case wrong. She did this, although she does get cases wrong, by excusing threatened violence against the Supreme Court. Her judicial actions fall somewhere between winking at it and inviting anarchy. It's good that the Attorney General intends to appeal the sentence. Even respected moderates such as Professor Orrin Kerr agree she should. But it's ridiculous that this case eventually could end up at the Supreme Court in a possible event that the left-wing Fourth Circuit agrees with Boardman. Will the justices have to rule on how to punish someone who tried to kill 3 of them? How many of them will recuse? Indeed, it's not hard to wonder if Boardman, assuming a number of conservative justices would need to recuse, figured she had an opportunity to do a little justice without meaningful appellate review. The House will spare the court from having to essentially sit in judgment of its own case if it moves to impeach Boardman. It will send a message to the other judges that political violence is not to be excused. Indeed, this should be a bipartisan message because reasonable Democrats shouldn't want Trump judges excusing, say, Proud Boys any more than we want Biden judges excusing trans-identifying terrorists. Impeachment proceedings would helpfully put Democrats to that question. Even if impeachment or removal doesn't succeed, it probably wouldn't. Hey, why aren't you in bed?
Damn it.
What?
Damn it.
What, the Democrats? Hold on. Hold on.
When is baby gone?
Yeah.
Look at Bella.
Yeah, Bella's on. Hello. What's this say? Don't answer that, Jim. Funny, right? Yeah, sweet boy he is. This little laugh at the gas at the end, yeah. He said, there's Bella. He saw Bella on the TV. He thought that was great. That Bella was on the TV. So yeah. So Boardman may not be interested in deterring the next Roski, but the House has the power to deter the next Boardman. So that's good. That's good. Okay. So I need to open some more tabs. Take me a minute here. 1 second. So, embarrassing moment for Democrat Dick Durbin when he called out by Pam Bondi for repeatedly blocking Marsha Blackburn's request to release the Epstein file, flight logs. Durbin denies it, and then Marsha Blackburn comes over the top and calls out his lies. Just look at the look on Durbin's face is priceless.
And, you know, Senator Durbin, I find it very interesting that you refused repeated Republican requests to release the Epstein flight logs in 2023 and 2024. You fought that. Did you take money from Reid Hoffman, campaign donations, who was a huge Epstein friend? Why did you fight for years? Why did you fight to not disclose the flight logs, Senator Durbin?
I can tell you I did not refuse. One of the senators here wished to produce those logs, and I asked her to put it in writing, and she never did.
Yeah, I think Senator Blackburn would quarrel with you on that. But
I
that's
will
up to the
quarrel
two
with
of
you as to Reid, somebody that you mentioned I never heard of.
Reid Hoffman.
So who?
A few moments later.
Mr. Chairman, since Senator Durbin referred to me, I would really appreciate the opportunity to correct the record.
Proceed.
Because Senator Durbin knows I repeatedly asked for those flight logs. I brought up the subpoena. You even shut down the committee because you didn't want that, and you know I submitted that in writing, and you continue to misrepresent that, and I am not going to let that record stand.
Okay, Mr. Chairman,
Go ahead, Senator Durbin.
I just want to make it clear that the reason the committee business ended was that your side invoked the 2-hour rule. Point number 2 is I asked you if you wanted any documents like flight logs to put it in writing. You never did.
Yes, sir, I did. And your staff knows that I did.
No,
We'll submit once again
Send me a copy
the
of that.
information to you. We've done that several times, but we'll be happy to once again send it to you. I think your staff doesn't show that to you.
Hold on. Relax. We got this. It says, AG Bondi stunned Senator Klobuchar. My agents are working on the street, working without a paycheck because your party voted to shut down the federal government.
Senator Klobuchar, I'm not going to discuss personnel decisions, but the personnel issue that I'm having right now is that all of my agents, all of my lawyers are working. My agents are on the street working without a paycheck because your party voted to shut down the federal government. Senator Klobuchar, I'm not going to discuss personnel decisions, but the personnel issue that I'm having right now is that all of my agents, all of my lawyers are working.
What? Come on, go to bed.
The only one off.
What?
The only one turned it off.
I'm not going to turn it off. Go. The beep's still on, isn't it? Adam Schiff just got put on blast by AG Pam Bondi saying would have been fired.
Was she?
Senator Schiff,
Was she?
if
right?
you work for me, you would have been fired because you were censured by Congress for lying with your
We can stipulate to. You can stipulate to all your personal attacks on the Democratic members of the committee.
personal attacks. You've been attacking my FBI director. You've been attacking my office. You've been attacking.
But what we're interested in.
Borders are.
What we're interested in is the answer to these oversight questions.
Want your
So you were asked by my colleague. You were asked by my colleague.
Attacking good people.
Regular order, Madam Chair, so I can ask a question. You were asked by my colleague from Vermont. Was she? Was
Senator
she?
Schiff,
Was she?
if
right?
you work for me, you would have been fired because you were censured by Congress for lying with your
We can stipulate to. You can stipulate to all your personal attacks on the Democratic members of the committee.
personal attacks. You've been attacking my FBI director. You've been attacking my office. You've been attacking.
But what we're interested in.
Borders are.
What we're interested in is the answer to.
Charlotte White House gets obliterated for taking money from Jeffrey Epstein's close friend Reid Hoffman.
Let me ask you something else. There's been public reporting that Jeffrey Epstein showed people photos of President Trump with half-naked young women. Do you know if the FBI found those photographs in their search of Jeffrey Epstein's safe or premises or otherwise? Have you seen any such thing?
You know, Senator Whitehouse, you sit here and make salacious remarks, once again trying to slander President Trump left and right, when you're the one who was taking money from one of Epstein's closest confidants, I believe, I could be wrong, correct me, Reid Hoffman, who was with Jeffrey Epstein on multiple occasions. And the senator sitting right next to you tried to block the flight logs from being released. Yet you're grilling me on President Trump and some photograph with Epstein? Come on.
The question is, did the FBI find those photographs that have been discussed publicly by a witness who claimed Jeffrey Epstein showed them to him? You don't know anything about that. Okay.
Hold on. Adam Schiff, I know you got plenty of cat attacks. We heard them all day. So let's hear. This is going to be good. This is a nice segment. I'm going to play this. I'll be right back.
Including President Trump for your
You can attack
entire
me later,
career.
and I know you've got plenty of canned attacks. We've heard them all day today.
Canned attacks on you?
This is supposed to be.
No one needs a canned attack on you.
Regular order, Madam Chair. I'm trying to speak. This is supposed to be an oversight hearing of the Justice Department. And it comes in the wake of an indictment called for by the president of one of his enemies. This is supposed to be an oversight hearing, and it comes in the wake of revelations that a top administration official took $50,000 in a bag, and this department made that investigation go away. This is supposed to be an oversight hearing when dozens of prosecutors have been fired simply because they worked on cases investigating the former president. This is, and now
What
the
about
current
the
president.
fires in California?
And
Do you
this
care
is
about that,
supposed to
Senator
be,
Schiff?
this is, excuse me, this is supposed to be an oversight hearing in which members of Congress can get serious answers to serious questions about
Are the
cover-up-
riots in
about the
LA
cover-up-
serious?
About the cover-up of corruption, about the prosecution of the president's enemies. And
I think you owe the president an
will it
apology
be? When will it be?
your entire
When will
career,
it be that
frankly.
the members of this committee on a bipartisan basis demand answers to those questions and refuse to accept
Clearly, you're a failed lawyer
refuse to
because you don't
accept-
understand when
excuse me,
someone can and cannot
refuse
answer
to
a
accept
question.
personal slander as an answer to those questions.
Personal slander.
With
Will
that,
you
Madam
apologize
Chair,
to
I
Donald
yield
Trump for
back.
slandering him? Personal slander.
Yeah, Dick Durbin's going to regret asking the question the rest of his life. It totally backfired on him. Let's hear this.
The word is, and I think it's been confirmed by the White House, they are going to transfer Texas National Guard units to the state of Illinois. What's the rationale for that?
Yeah, Chairman, as you shut down the government, you voted to shut down the government, and you're sitting here, our law enforcement officers aren't being paid. They're out there working to protect you. I wish you loved Chicago as much as you hate President Trump. And currently, the National Guard are on the way to Chicago. If you're not going to protect your citizens, President Trump will.
The word is, and I think it's been confirmed by the White House, they are going to transfer.
Well, I hope your son is safe and everything works out. Hopefully they will figure this out. I don't know what the Democrats' plan is. Like they're really doing this over illegal alien health care. I mean, this is nuts. This is really nuts. I don't get it. Mazie Hirono defames border czar Tom Homan by saying without evidence that he took a $50,000 bribe.
President Trump's new border czar, now border czar, Tom Homan, was videotaped taking a bag with $50,000 in cash from undercover FBI agents after suggesting he could help with government contracts. Sounds like a bribe. 2 weeks ago, DOJ officials reportedly shut down the bribery investigation into Mr. Homan. Ms. Bondi, did you approve closing the Homan investigation, bribery investigation?
Senator Hirono, as I stated earlier, the Department of Justice and the FBI conducted a thorough review and they found no credible evidence of any wrongdoing. You were also on video outside the White House protesting with a group called CASA where Antifa members were. Does that mean you're a member of Antifa?
You know, I simply asked the question as to whether or not you approve the shutting down of the investigation, Mr. Holman. I have to assume that you did because the FBI reports to you. But American people would look at the situation where this person is taking a $50,000 in cash, no less, and you testified today that a thorough investigation was done. Now, I have to assume, I conclude that since no wrongdoing was determined, that in answer to Senator Whitehouse's question, he kept the money. He kept the money, and I hope that he put that on his tax returns as income.
Pam Brownie is treating Adam Schiff like the piece of shit he is. Adam Schiff asks her a question. He responds with her own question. Let's see.
Was no case. And Caroline Levitt is one of the most trustworthy human beings I know.
So
And,
was she,
Senator Schiff,
was she
if
right?
you worked for me,
Was
you
she-
would have been fired because
excuse
you
me.
were censured
No,
by Congress for lying with your
We can
egregious
stipulate to, you can stipulate to all your personal attacks on the Democratic members of the committee.
personal attacks. You've been
So-
attacking
so-
my FBI director. You've been attacking my office. You've been
But
attacking
we're interested
the
in,
borders
what we're
are.
interested in is the answer to these oversight questions.
Want your
So
no,
you were
oversight. You want
asked,
your
you were asked
5
by my
minutes of
colleague,
fame
you were asked by my colleague,
attacking good people.
regular order, Madam Chair, so I can ask a question. You were asked by my colleague from Vermont whether you will support providing a video or audio tape, if it exists, of Mr. Holman taking $50,000 in bribe money from the FBI. Will you support a request by this committee to provide that tape or tapes to the committee? Yes or no?
Senator Schiff, you can talk to Director Patel about that.
Well, I'm talking to you about it. You're the Attorney General. This will be your decision. Will you
You don't have to
support?
tell me what is my decision and
Well,
what is
then-
not my
then-
decision.
then-
I
and you-
said
and
you
you
can
don't
talk
have
to
to-
Director
you don't have
Patel.
to try to-
You think
you
you've
don't
got a
have to-
gotcha with Tom Home and our
Excuse me,
borders are,
excuse me, you
who's
don't-
been out there
Excuse me.
fighting for our country
Madam
since
Chair,
Donald Trump took office.
I'm trying to ask a question. Regular order, please. And you don't have to defer to the FBI director to pass the buck. So I'm asking you, will you support a request so that the committee, or indeed, I believe the American people should be able to see that video or audio tape? Will you support that request?
Will you apologize to Donald Trump
So
for
I
trying
guess,
to
I guess
impeach
the answer
him
is you won't support that
after
request.
you now know that
So
Joe
let me-
Biden tried
let
to
me
cover up
do
Hunter
this.
Biden's involvement with
Excuse me,
Ukraine?
let me do this because
She's all right at this. She's getting better. She's getting better. I have to admit. I'm starting to think there's some that maybe she's okay. Yes. Well, I appreciate. Thank you for your son's service. There's quite a few people, including myself, who also served their countries, and we appreciate it. And there wasn't a government shutdown when I was in, but this shouldn't be happening. There's absolutely no reason. I mean, I could understand if the Republicans were asking for something crazy, but it was a clean CR that, which is what they always say they want. And yet, and Dan, what do you mean? Save the alliance. Who's attacking the alliance? What's going on? The alliance will always be defended. You think she'll get better? I hope so. Yeah. So as Hirono's baseless smear against Homa collapses under scrutiny, the DOJ closed its probe after finding zero credible evidence, no charges, no indictments, just partisan noise. Bonnie's right. This reeks of Antifa-style theatrics, not oversight. See, what happened, what people don't understand about Homan is Homan was running a consulting business to help people get government contracts, to tell them the proper way to get government contracts for border stuff. When that's what he was doing. That was his job. So somebody came to him and offered him money, and he said, well, it doesn't work that way. I can help you fill out the paperwork. I can tell you the right things to say and how to do stuff, but I can't just give you I don't have the authority to just give you a contract. So there was no bribery. He was not, you can't charge somebody with taking a bribe to give them a government contract when the person has no authority to give a government contract. That's just retarded. That'd be like if somebody came and gave me here's 50 grand, get me a government contract. And I'd go, okay. And I take the 50 grand. I don't have any way to give them a government contract. It's just nuts. Yeah. The MEMA Act bars public officials from financial exploitation, but Holman wasn't even in office during the alleged incident. Democrats weaponized accusations while ignoring real corruption. Yeah, this screams of an FBI plot. Like they went and tried to get, like, oh, we're going to do this. We're going to hold it. And we're going to hold it over his head. And we're going to use this to try in case Trump wins. Like, what? You know, it's just more, if two FBI agents come up to Holman and say, here's this money. This is just FBI causing more crimes, creating crimes, trying to invent crimes that don't exist. No one is above the law. That's a quote from you, Senator Blumenthal. Oh, this is good. Let's see.
To discuss any conversations I have or have not had with the President of the United
you see
States.
that
You're an
post?
attorney. You have a law degree, and you know that I'm not going to do that. I also find it
Consultants make big
fascinating,
money. Government,
because
people that consult with people how
I'll
to get
keep
government
fighting
contracts make
to
huge
ensure
money.
that
Huge
law
money.
enforcement and the judicial process move forward without political interference. No one is above the law, not even the president. That's a quote from you, Senator Blue.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. Yeah. It's a holiday right now. Joe is not streaming. He'll be back to late tomorrow night. He's supposed to stream with this guy Cynic tomorrow night. So hopefully. Pam Bondi just exposed Senator Padilla after he demanded order during a Senate hearing. Oh, this is going to be good.
You are the Attorney General of the United States. Director Patel reports to you. Do you believe he's doing a good job? Yes or no?
I believe Director Patel is doing a great job. You know where he is right now, Senator Padilla? Right now, you asked me a question.
Yes, I
Director
know
Patel
where he
right
is,
now
and I know
is
where
in
he's headed
Chicago,
because you said it
Senator
earlier
Durbin,
in the hearing.
fighting to keep
You said it
Chicago
earlier in the hearing, and yes, I have been paying
You
attention.
know, you want order in here
Chairman.
now, yet you stormed the Director of Homeland Security, Kristi Noem. You sure didn't have order that day, did you, Senator?
Attorney General, you are under oath. I did not storm the secretary, the video.
Oh, that was
makes
on
very
video. That
clear.
video has been released, I believe, very public.
Mr. Chair.
Yeah, here it is.
I'm Senator Alex Padilla. I have questions for the secretary because the fact of the matter is a half a dozen violent criminals that you're rotating on your heads off.
How many of our ICE agents have been doxxed?
Yeah, performative Democrats as usually. Pam Bondi just confirmed that a special counsel will likely be appointed to look into every way that Biden's DOJ targeted conservatives. Holly, I think we need a special prosecutor to be appointed whose sole responsibility will be to get to the bottom of what happened in every instances that I just named.
To happen. Madam Attorney General, I think we need a special prosecutor to be appointed whose sole responsibility will be to get to the bottom of what has happened in every instance that I have just named. I think we need to know exactly who approved the wiretaps on United States senators, who knew about it, what agents were involved at DOJ or the FBI. I think we need to know exactly who signed off on the Catholic memo, the spying memo, who was involved with it, how far did it go. I think we need to know exactly who authorized the prosecution of Mark Houck, who terrorized pro-lifers and tried to intimidate them. I think we need to know that, Mr. Chairman, this committee needs to do oversight hearings. We need to have thorough hearings into what has happened these last 4 years and this abuse that has now just been uncovered, because we have to ensure that it stops. As you just said, Attorney General Bondi, we have to ensure that it stops. This chapter in American history needs to come to a close, never to be opened again. The use of the most powerful law enforcement bodies in the world against ordinary citizens and political opponents must end once and for all. And we have a chance to do it, and it needs to be done with a thorough investigation, full transparency. And those who violated laws need to be prosecuted. I thank you for what you're doing, Attorney General Bondi. I hope that you will launch a thorough investigation. I hope you'll appoint a special prosecutor. Mr. Chairman, I hope we'll hold hearings. And with that, I yield.
Yeah. Before I call on Blumenthal, I want to, without objection, introduce into the record a document that General Bondi helped.
All right. I thought it was going to be something good. So then we got Luke Rudkowski, whatever his name is. Rudkowski Pam Bondi now said she's never had the Epstein client list, even though she claimed it was sitting on her desk. So this is not Pam Bondi looking too
February,
good.
made a public claim that the Epstein client list was, quote, sitting on my desk right now for review, end of quote. You then produce already public information and no client list at a major media event hosted at the White House. Attorney General Bondi, why did you publicly claim to have the Epstein client list waiting for your review and then produce nothing relevant to that claim?
Senator Durbin, if you listen to my entire clip on that, I said I had not reviewed it yet, that it was sitting on my desk along with the JFK files, the Martin Luther King files. And I said I had not yet reviewed it. And if you see our memo on Epstein, you will see, excuse me, our memo on Epstein clearly points out that there was no client list, our July 6th memo.
Going back to the Epstein files, according to another whistleblower who made a protected disclosure to my office, you pushed the FBI to review approximately 100,000 Epstein-related records on an arbitrarily short deadline in March, and the FBI was directed to flag any documents that mentioned President Trump. Nothing came of that review until July when DOJ and FBI released an unsigned memo stating, quote, there's no incriminating client list. Why was the July 7th memo unsigned?
The July 7th memo came from the FBI and the Department of Justice. Director Patel answered those questions very clear. And, you know, Senator Durbin, I find it very interesting that you refused repeated Republican requests to release the Epstein flight logs in 2023 and 2024. You fought that. Did you take money from Reid Hoffman?
Pam Bondi just ended this Democrat senator. I'm not going to be lectured by somebody who lied about being in the military to get elected. She came prepared with no cards and talking points. Impressive. Yeah, maybe she had that Kelly McEnany treating her about having to bind her with everything in there already. Let's see.
Not to investigate Hunter Biden's involvement with Ukraine. I'm not going to be lectured to you about integrity by someone who lied about being in the military just to be elected a senator.
The merger.
Not to invest.
You didn't have nothing to say about that. That's right. Da Nang Dick there. Da Nang Dick lied about being in Vietnam. Democrat senators are broken after they say Pam Bondi took them through a boxing ring at their hearing today. I was really struck, Casey, about how aggressive and combative that Attorney General Bondi was today, particularly with Democrat senators. They weren't ready for it. They thought she was going to just, let them run over.
Well,
them.
I was really struck, Casey, by how aggressive, combative that Attorney General Bondi was today, particularly with Democratic senators questioning her. Senator Blumenthal, for example, was right after me, and he asked some of the same questions I had at greater length about the indictment of Jim Comey. And she immediately launched back at him, attacking him with issues raised in his last senatorial campaign that were utterly off the point and had nothing to do with the hearing, but were ad hominem attacks at him and his truthfulness and his integrity. That repeated a pattern that began with the very first Democrat to question her, Senator Durbin of Illinois, and continued until Senator Schiff of California. So it was an unusually aggressive and combative performance by Attorney General Bondi. A key part of what the Judiciary Committee does is conduct oversight. And I was glad that we had a long and full oversight hearing today, 10 minutes for each senator to ask a wide range of questions. But it felt more like a boxing ring than like a senatorial oversight hearing.
Oh, you guys are used to beating up on people, but when somebody hits back, you guys don't know what to do. Senator Schmidt exploded in a Senate hearing with Bondi, exposing a decade of abuses by Democrats. Let's see. Wow. I don't know. This is long, man. I don't know. Let's see. They're going to play this whole 10 minutes?
Voice.
I have to say, I'm struck by the degree of the cognitive dissonance that I hear on the other side. It really is. I mean, I'm used to sort of the political debates and arguing in court and all those sorts of things. But to hear the other side of the dais talk about weaponization is truly shocking, given what we know now. And I thought what I might do is just tell a story. And these are 100% facts. Hillary Clinton, concerned about her email scandal, works with a Soros organization to cook up this Russiagate nonsense. They feed it to the intelligence agencies. And they spy, under Barack Obama's presidency, they spy on the political opponent, the Republican, running against Hillary Clinton. He gets elected. They continue the operation, and they launder this intelligence into stuff that was meant to, by the FBI and the CIA, to sideline a presidency of a duly elected president of the United States of America, to sideline him. And that continued. You heard even some people on this committee further that nonsense for 4 years. And then the FBI is involved with pre-bunking the Hunter Biden laptop story because they didn't want him to get elected again. So they pre-bunked the Hunter Biden laptop story. The American people should have been allowed to make their own judgments from that. They weren't, because the FBI called it a Russian hack and leak operation. They were meeting with social media companies every month and every week, telling them that the laptop that they knew, that they had verified in November of 2019, they knew was real and knew was his, said it was Russian disinformation. We've heard that before. And then after Joe Biden comes in, 3 days in, they start a censorship campaign against the country, anybody who's a conservative. And now we also know that the FBI was weaponized in this Arctic frost investigation that tapped the phones of sitting U.S. senators. And also, the Republican Attorneys General Association, so let's pull in 2 more U.S. senators, Ashley Moody and myself, who were on the executive committee at that time. Charlie Kirk, political organizations they didn't agree with. This is not in the Soviet Union in the 1980s. This is in the United States of America in the last few years. And then, when they thought President Trump was on the run and there's no way people would elect him, and he announces he's running for president, 3 days later, Jack Smith's appointed to get Trump. Fani Willis brings charges against President Trump, and the assistant prosecutor meets with the White House counsel's office. Why would that happen? Then you have Alvin Bragg bring his charges. The number 3 person at DOJ goes to work for him to get Trump. All in the United States of America. This continued.
I don't know.
And Senator Hawley asked the question, wrote it down, what is happening in this country? And I hope that MSNBC is still broadcasting this, because I'm sure their viewership hasn't heard this story that's gone on for 10 years. The truth is, they never forgave President Trump for coming down the escalator at all. They didn't like him. They didn't like the disruption. And they've spent the better part of a decade not just going after him, but demonizing half the country as fascists and Nazis and threats to democracy. And they have fueled this division in their inability to accept the fact that half of the country isn't deplorables, as Hillary Clinton called it, bitter clingers, as Barack Obama called them, or trash, as Joe Biden called them. That they rose up and they sat in their own jury box and they saw all this stuff play out over a decade and they rejected it. And now you have come in to clean that up, and you are doing a great job in doing that. And let me make this clear. There is a big difference between what happened under the Biden regime and the weaponization, and then holding those people accountable. That is not weaponization. If that doesn't happen, this will happen all over again. So your job, as you talked about in your confirmation hearing, is so important that this never happens again. And holding people accountable who are part of this conspiracy is absolutely your job. And I'm also taking, you don't have to comment on this, your unwillingness to answer questions that have come up. I am led to believe, as a former attorney general, that might mean there's an ongoing investigation. You don't have to talk about it. The statute of limitations may have run on some of this stuff, but not on a conspiracy. And if you're a co-conspirator in mile marker 1, even if you want to get on the exit ramp in mile marker 5, you are liable for the conspiracy in mile marker 10. And we are at mile marker 10. And I will also say what's happening in this country. What's happening with the assault on ICE officers is truly shocking. Deportations are nothing new. Bill Clinton deported 12 million people. 12 million people. You didn't see this. The radicalization that's happened on the left that plays out with political violence is real. And by the way, let me also point out that if we had a scenario where John Thune was on the Supreme Court steps saying, "You've reaped a whirlwind, Supreme Court justices," and then a right-wing assassin tried to kill Ruth Bader Ginsburg, and then a Republican-appointed judge only gave that person 8 years, there would be riots on the streets. Cities would be burning right now. So let's just call it out. We need the cleansing here. Let's just be truthful about what's happening. This left-wing political violence is not a both sides thing. It's not. And so, Attorney General, I do want to ask you a couple questions about that, because I feel like we have got to get a handle on this. Despite the overwhelming evidence that the political violence threat right now comes primarily from the left, the media just won't do it. They won't go along with it.
You guys are
cite a few ridiculous studies to say that right-wing political violence is the main problem. For example, one of those studies was written by an Antifa-affiliated professor and others count classes on prison gang, and the others count classes on prison gang violence as right-wing political violence, but refuse to count anything from the 2020 Summer of Love. Antifa attacks, like the ones that set off the explosive outside Michael Knowles' campus speech. We need good data. We need good data here. Will you commit to having the Department of Justice and the FBI research and release a public report on left-wing political violence?
Yes, Senator Schmidt.
Thank you. I also want to, after Antifa has laid siege on federal buildings and officers in Portland during the 2020 riots, your predecessor, Merrick Garland, dropped virtually all the cases against these defendants. You recently issued a new charging memo instructing federal prosecutors to aggressively pursue Antifa and other radical leftists wreaking havoc on our cities. What can you do to ensure that the various U.S. attorneys' offices follow through on your instructions?
Hopefully we will have our U.S. attorneys confirmed soon. They've been held up. Now our government is in a shutdown, yet our prosecutors are still working. Getting all of our U.S. attorneys confirmed would be a huge step forward, Senator Schmidt. But yes, our attorneys throughout this country will be focusing on that.
And I want to thank you too. So I talked to you during your confirmation hearing and also with Kash Patel of sort of, you talked about your two pillars, which is to end the weaponization and to get back to actually crime fighting. God bless. Like that is something that the American people support, despite what you hear from the other side of the dais today. And in those conversations, we talked about you and Kash Patel getting field agents out in the field and doing the work of law enforcement. I said, I've got just the place for you, St. Louis. And St. Louis has now received the largest per capita infusion of permanent FBI agents anywhere in the country.
They sure sound like
with
it.
local law enforcement. That's what happens when you have
not just
state
talk.
leaders work with federal partners to crack down on something I hope we could all agree is a scourge for our communities, which is violent crime. But that is not, J.B. Pritzker, I guess he wants his moment. These Portland people want their moment of defying Trump. It's crazy to me. We should all be unified in this effort of making sure our laws are enforced and taking on violent crime. But I will say, in closing with this, because you referenced the shutdown, it's the same motivation. The same thing that motivates J.B. Pritzker to stand in front of the podium and defy Trump is the same motivation I hear from my Democrat colleagues now in this shutdown. It's not about anything other than the fact, and this is a clean CR. This is what they have lectured us on making sure we do 13 times in the last 4 years. This is about appeasing an increasingly radical base to prove that they're willing to stand up to President Trump.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. And this is another long one. This is basically 10 minutes of her talking shit to Adam Schiff. I think it's Ashley Moody's time, but Ashley Moody lets her go ahead and go. Before I start this, though, I have to end the stream on Instagram and on X. Instagram has a 4-hour limit, and X is whatever. So bye. If you're on Instagram and X, come over to YouTube or Rumble or Twitch or Kick or Facebook and finish watching. But I'll see you there soon. Hold on, folks. So remove. And save. Yeah, I'm still streaming on 5 streams and I just canceled 2. That's crazy. So, yeah, I don't know how much longer I'm going to go, but figure we'll go a little while longer.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Attorney General Bondi, at your confirmation hearing in January, made a clear commitment you would not politicize your position. You're here today, your first oversight hearing 9 months into your tenure, at a time when hundreds of career prosecutors have quit because they were required to take unethical actions at odds with that promise, or feared that they would have to take such actions if they remained on the job. When over 1,000 former federal prosecutors have sounded the alarm about the unprecedented degree to which the powers of DOJ are being abused to go after the president's enemies. I approach this hearing with a heavy heart, as a department has engaged in a brazenly political prosecution. It's reported that Tom Homan, the president's top under your leadership, or that of your. So does that mean?
Deputy Attorney General Blanche and Director Patel said that there was no evidence that Tom Homan committed a crime. Yet now you're putting his picture up to slander him.
No, I'm putting his picture up, showing an interview he gave with, I think, Fox, in which he was asked explicitly about these allegations that he took a $50,000 bribe, and he refused to answer. He said he didn't answer the question whether he took the money. So I'm asking you the question: did he take the money?
Senator Schiff, I answered that question multiple times, and frankly,
Well, I don't think, with respect, I don't think you did. But in case I just didn't hear, what we're interested in,
borders are.
what we're interested in is the answer to these overviews.
Fighting for our country since Donald Trump took office.
I'm trying to ask a question. Regular order, please. And you used to answer that question. You were asked, and it comes in the wake of an indictment called for by the president of one of his corruption. About the
Whatever. I thought this was going to be better. Oh, here we go. So, drunk Moana. I don't think a lot of people like that you're out protesting with Antifa. She proclaims that the days of two-tiered justice system are over. Well, I think we saw this, didn't we? I'm not going to watch this anyway. Oh, here we go. Oh, Base Mike Lee just roasted Democrats for wanting to demask our federal agents.
Been happening because hundreds of organized rioters, Senator Lee, are showing up where our ICE officers are. And as you know, they have fireworks, they have gas masks. You know, they don't want our officers to be protected with their identity, yet they're wearing gas masks, they're wearing goggles. And they're
So it's okay
ramming
for them to
cars.
be safe. It's okay for Antifa to be safe. It's okay for those doing the bidding of international violent drug cartels to be safe. But heaven forbid, our ICE officers should be safe.
Things been happening.
And this is Laura Loomer, who you got to be really careful with Laura Loomer. Sometimes she goes a little over the top with stuff, but this just says Senator Welch of the Judiciary Committee seems very enraged that Van Bonnie brought some receipts. Let's see.
I have noticed that at various times when one of my colleagues is pressing you, you come up with something in their background. So I'll be waiting for my turn, but you don't have to do it right now. So let me get to my questions. One of the things that you mentioned, and I agree with this, that it's really tough on the various federal workforce. I have noticed.
Yeah, I don't understand what that was supposed to be. Judiciary Democrat planning to gaslight the nation over Jeffrey Epstein. So let's see what this is.
Among us. And I know the chairman knows, some of you may know, for the last several weeks, I've been trying to figure out and to subpoena the records for Jeffrey Epstein's plane to find out who was on that plane. I've been so disappointed that Chairman Durbin has continued to block this, because Jeffrey Epstein had probably what is the most high profile sex trafficking ring we've ever seen, ever heard about. It was high profile, high dollar people that were predators on these young girls. And I don't know why there is a push to block these records. We need to have access to this. We need
to have access to it. I don't know. So. Oh wait, so it says Senator. Look all around you. Yeah, that's probably why. I can't believe you would accuse me of impropriety. I know we saw this.
I do have a question. In the merger that took place.
Which merger? You've listed many.
Involving American Express GBT. I understand that Brian Ballard, longtime backer and head of the law firm where you work, was instrumental in lobbying the Justice Department to drop that lawsuit. It was dismissed, so it's not subject to a court review. What conversations did you have with Mr. Ballard?
Senator Blumenthal, I cannot believe that you would accuse me of impropriety when you lied about your military service.
I am
you
not
lied.
asking
You
you-
admitted you
I am
lied
not
to be
accusing you
elected
of
a U.S. senator.
impropriety. I'm
You
asking
lied.
you
How
about
dare you? I'm a
conversations
career prosecutor.
with
Don't
Mr.
you
Ballard,
ever challenge my integrity.
had
I have
apparently-
abided by every ethics standard. Do not question my ability to be fair and impartial as Attorney General. And anything
You'll
with
answer that
my
question to
former
another of my
firm.
Oh my God. Bonnie absolutely wrecked all liberals today. A two-tier justice system is just crazy. Okay, let's see.
Hi there, everyone. It's 4 o'clock in New York. It wasn't the first lie ever told before the United States Senate, and it certainly won't be the last. But what Attorney General Pam Bondi said before the members of the Senate Judiciary Committee this afternoon may very well go down as one of the most brazen, most shameless, most verifiably false statements ever uttered in that setting.
Just so you guys don't know, this lady right here is probably going to get fired because she accused Harmeet Dillon of being responsible for a judge's house getting burned down. She said it was arson. It was because of the attacks of Attorney General Bondi, Harmeet Dillon. It turned out it was just a faulty regulator on her propane tank. It was no wrongdoing. It was a accidental fire. And she, after that fact came out that they, investigated it and they found no, it wasn't intentional. She still said it. So they're saying she's going to get fired. I don't know. We'll see.
Quote, the two-tiered system of justice is over. In fact, if Bondi's on-the-record testimony today served to prove anything out in public, anything at all, it is that a two-tiered system of justice has very much been operationalized, is the new reality in the United States of America right now. Just ask former FBI Director Jim Comey, whose recent federal indictment, initiated mere days after a public pressure campaign, was a frequent topic of inquiry this afternoon. Again and again and again, Bondi refused to answer questions on the matter, questions about Eric Siebert.
No,
He's now former U.S.
She said it again after that, after the information came out. She said it.
Attorney for the Eastern District of Virginia. He was forced to resign after he concluded that there was not sufficient evidence to indict Jim Comey. And questions about potential coordination between Donald Trump and the Department of Justice. Watch.
The night before James Comey's indictment, you had dinner with the President of the United States. Pretty intimate group.
Actually, there were a lot of people there that night. That's a great
James
picture.
Comey discussed at that dinner?
I love that picture. That's a great picture. And there were a lot of people there that night. I think the entire cabinet was there.
Did you discuss James Comey with the President of the United States? He was sitting just to your left.
Well, 2 seats down. Yes, 2 seats down. And I am not going to discuss any
I'm going to take
conversations
that
I've
as a
had or not
yes,
have with the
because
President of the
American
United
public
States.
is entitled to know, Madam Attorney General.
The entire
whether
cabinet
you
was at that
took
dinner,
instructions from President Trump after he told you very directly to indict James Comey, which is weaponization of the Department of Justice.
Her refusal to answer legitimate questions and
It wasn't a legitimate
anything to seem to make a mockery of the setting and the body itself, and to refuse to address those questions regarding ongoing controversies of the Department of Justice wasn't just focused on the Comey prosecution. It extended to the latest reporting on Donald Trump's border czar, Tom Homan, and allegations that he accepted $50,000 in cash from undercover FBI agents last year.
What became of the $50,000 in cash that the FBI paid to Mr. Homan in a paper bag, evidently?
Senator, as Deputy Attorney General Todd Blanche recently stated, the investigation of Mr. Homan was subjected to a full review by the FBI, agents, and DOJ prosecutors. They found no credible evidence of any wrongdoing.
And that was not my question. My question was, what became of the $50,000 in cash that the FBI delivered, evidently in a paper bag, to Mr. Homan?
Senator, I'd look at your facts.
I can see I'm not going to get a straight answer from you to a very simple
by the
question.
FBI agents and the DOJ.
Do
They
you know-
found no credible evidence of wrongdoing. You know, you're very concerned about money and people taking money, and
Do
you
you
rail
know-
against
wait a
dark
second, wait a
money.
second, wait a
Yet you
second,
work with dark
wait a
money
second.
groups all the time. Senator, I would be more concerned if I were you when you talk about corruption and money that when you pushed for legislation that would subsidize your wife's company.
The questions here are actually pretty specific. So having you respond with completely irrelevant far-right internet talking points really
Far-right
is not
internet
very
talking points.
helpful here.
Another exhausting non-answer, seemingly read from some sort of opposition research book that didn't meet the caliber of something on a congressional campaign, from sitting attorney general today, who was far more concerned with launching those ad hominem attacks on Democratic lawmakers exclusively, the ones asking the tough questions, than she was in doing what her job says she should do, which is answer questions in that setting, and what she said she would do, which is to end a two-tiered system of justice.
Mm. And then AG Harmeet Dillon says, "Lol, so proud of my boss. She crushed it today. Yeah, she didn't take the bait or the lies or the crap." Mm-hmm. Durbin calls out AG Bondi's conduct at the hearing today out of line. I've never seen quite like it. Yeah. John Bondi's desk is where prosecutions go to die. We'll see. I don't know. We'll see. I can't believe you would accuse me of impropriety when you lied about your military service. How dare you? Pam Bondi explodes at Dem Senator. Okay. All right. Well, we're going to jump right past this because we've already spent way too much time on that story. Sorry, guys. I kind of beat that one like a dead horse. Justin, Secretary Noem has arrived at ICE Portland and is meeting with top ICE and DHS border officials. Noem prayed over them before the meeting. Lord, I ask you to protect those and pledge protection around these officers. Keep them safe, Lord. Continue to bless them and their families.
Hello.
All right, we don't. No. Noem's leadership underscores the administration's unwavering commitment to protecting ICE agents executing critical enforcement operations. See, I don't. To say I don't. The reason I did that and said no is because I don't like people abusing their religion for advantage like that. That specifically was intended on making us go, oh, look at this, whatever. You know, I don't give no credence to stuff like that. You know. Justin, Secretary Noem just left the meeting with the woke Portland police chief, and Chief Day looks absolutely defeated. I saw this one, and I thought this was cool. If you look at this, and you see what this police chief's face looks like. He's back here, all the way in back. Watch his face.
I'm going to give this to somebody. Here.
Look at him. He looks like he's. Look at him. Oh man, you're gonna get us. You're gonna get us. Look at it. Oh no. His dog is sick. Yeah, his dog is sick. Yeah, it's unnecessary to make a point. You don't have to do the religion stuff and do this and then show him praying. That was a little over the top. No meets with Portland Police Chief at the facility. It's time to find your courage, Chief Day. I've been told by people you know that you're a good Christian man. Let's do the right thing.
Yeah, do you want anything from me on that phone number? You see with Jimmy, or our Miller can take it, right? She can take it. So if you get the chief's contact, want to see the mayor after 5:30. Okay. Then do you want me on that with the mayor? Yeah, you should probably be. Yes. The governor was very clear that you're the person who we're working with. So the governor said that to us. Everybody wants me to be the person they're working with. Of course. So why don't we see what your schedule is and what the mayor's schedule is?
And they've arrived at the Portland facility, and of course, we're met with protesters. What these protesters did not know is we're fighting for them too. Yeah, Tom's to the left of me, Joker's to the right. Here I am, stuck in the middle with you. Yeah, just do your job for fuck's sake. That's what I say. Yeah. 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 Okay. Okay, so it's just in. I spoke to Chief Day about his meeting, and Chief Day said, I think you always think there's progress when we communicate with one another. See?
Techniques.
Chief, how did the meeting go?
Huh?
How'd the meeting go with
It was
Secretary
well,
Noem?
thank you.
You guys
Who are
get
you?
any progress?
Who are you?
I'm David Medina, local
Oh.
local community member here.
Oh, great. Yeah,
Yeah.
no, I appreciate the conversation.
Of course. Do you think there's any progress made in there?
I always think there's progress when we can communicate with one another, always.
Like
Yeah.
it.
DHS Secretary Noem driving past protesters. One of them is dressed like a bear in a sombrero, and the other guy holds up a sign that says, "We have the guillotine."
I mean, my favorite that it.
I don't know. This probably explains why Portland's not doing anything about Antifa. Portland Police Chief Bob Day owns Reluctant Change, a consulting firm offering workshops and keynotes on leadership, navigating change, and DEI, diversity, equity, and inclusion topics, among other things. Says this guy's almost in tears because he's just chewed out for dereliction of duty. Yeah. Speaking of Bob Day, oh yeah, that was it there. Christopher Nolan stares down an army of Antifa and a guy in a chicken suit from the rooftop. Whatever. I don't know. I mean, this is.
Our goal is that people would.
I mean, I don't know. Some of this stuff seems like it's just staged for photo ops. I don't really like that. Get out there, do the fucking job. Don't take photo ops. Yeah. Can you say conflict of interest? Yeah. I have to say, some of the stuff I'm starting to get a little pissed off about because it just seems like they're doing things for cameras and clicks, and they're not. Just do the fucking job, man. Get the job done. CNN keeps lying about how safe it is in Portland.
Up to that CNN in the White House yesterday, Caitlin Collin goes viral saying, Portland's safe, Portland's beautiful, there's no crime in Portland. Your response to that?
Well, I disagree. We should have invited her to come along today. She would have been able to see the individuals that were getting off the streets and then talk with the law enforcement officers that are here every day doing God's work, making sure that America still continues to be the greatest country.
God's work?
Is that an open invitation to CNN to come along on the next one?
You know, absolutely. We will talk to her and see what we can do to convince her to come out in the real world, get out from behind the desk and actually walk in the shoes of our law enforcement.
An illegal alien captures by ICE begs Kristi Noem to let him go. Yeah, too much posturing, not enough work. That's what I'm starting to see. A lot more talking, not a lot doing.
La he mirado en la tele. La he mirado.
Let you out?
Yeah.
No, not let you out. You're under arrest. You're under arrest. Are you here in the United States illegally?
What? Wait a minute. Shouldn't you fucking hold on? Shouldn't you fucking know that before you arrest them? This is making me. Why are you asking him questions? You obviously know he's in the country illegally. Otherwise, why the fuck did you arrest him?
That's a criminal charge in this country, to be here illegally.
¿Sí o no? ¿Tiene papeles?
Is that your brother? Yes? Yeah. Yes? What's his name?
My brother?
Yes.
Okay. Esteban?
Yeah.
Esteban.
Okay. You waited until we detained you. So now you will be removed from this country and never given the chance to come back. You have family here besides your brother? Okay. All right. Okay. We'll talk to him.
Yeah, did this guy think saying "let me go" was going to work? I don't know. That was.
He's a brother to the individual that we had targeted because of his criminal convictions on ID theft and being in this country illegally. He is detained because he's in this country illegally as well, and will be removed and never given the chance to come back. And that's our message continuously to people all the time, is that, listen, if you deport now, if you're in this country illegally and leave on your own, you may get the chance to come back to the United States again someday. But if you wait until we detain you, you will never, ever get the chance to come to America again. So now, unfortunately, because of his criminal activity, he's impacted his brother, led him into this country illegally, and now his brother is paying the consequences as well. If you care about your family, go home. Go home now.
Madam Secretary.
Noem's message is clear. Self-brief deportation preserves future legal pathways, while forced removal closes them forever. The CBP home apps, $1,000 stipend, and travel assistance incentivizes orderly exits, saving taxpayers 70% versus ICE detention costs. Biden's open borders invited chaos. Trump's enforcement restores the law. Okay. Secretary Noem tells arrested illegal pedophile from Portland that he will be prosecuted and deported to his face.
Speak Spanish.
Hello. Hello. I'm Christy. I wanted to ask you a few questions. How long have you been in the United States? You don't know? No English?
¿Cuántos años tienes en los Estados Unidos? 7 años.
How many times have you come in and have gone out of the country illegally?
¿Cuántas veces has entrado a los Estados Unidos y te regresas a México? Sí, 5 times.
Five
I've been here
times?
7 years.
You've been here 7 years? When's the last time you went back to Mexico? And is he convicted sex offender here?
Sí.
No.
¿Tienes cargos?
You're in Portland?
¿De qué?
What was your crime in this country?
¿Qué fue?
Minor? Okay. You also know it's a crime to be here illegally, and you will be prosecuted for it, correct?
¿Entendió que te cargos de eso?
Do you have family here? Do you have children? No? So how old are you? 27?
37, 37.
Oh, 37. Okay. And you're not married and you have no children. Okay. All right. Well, you will be brought to justice and prosecuted for your crimes.
Cargos por lo que explicamos.
Do you have other individuals and family members that are here in this country illegally?
¿Tienes familiar que están aquí en los Estados Unidos legales?
Are you the member of a gang or cartels?
¿Eres miembro de tu organización criminal?
All right. Thank you.
I don't know. I'm going to say this, and I hope this doesn't offend anybody. I don't know that this is right. I mean, don't they still have Fifth Amendment rights to not have to answer questions like this? I mean, if they're going to charge them with crimes, I guess if they're not going to prosecute them for crimes, but I kind of don't like this questioning them when they're clearly detained. I mean, if you know they're criminals, you know you got them. Why are you talking to them and asking them questions? Oh, Bella's having a nice dream. You guys see her over there? Look at her, shaking away. Mm-hmm. Yeah, I don't like this really. I'm kind of saying I'm not happy with this. I mean, I'm not being like a bleeding heart liberal or nothing. I'm just saying, why would they have rights? They're not U.S. citizens. Oh, everybody, the Supreme Court has ruled that everyone inside the United States has rights. Everyone here has rights. The right, they have a right not to self-incriminate. They have a right not to be unlawfully, unlawfully. You can't unlawfully search them. You can't unlawfully seize them. They still have protections, man. If you can't just start questioning people and say you're not a citizen, there is rights. I'm sorry, they do have some rights to not be like they do. It's the law. They do. But I mean, I guess the whole thing would be if they're not going to use it and they won't use it in court, like he's saying, they most likely won't use it in court. So then they're just talking to him because they're not going to use anything they say. So it wouldn't. I agree, get them out, but that's the point. What is all this about? Just get them and get them out. You don't have to do all this. Like that guy, she was at, like, you have a guy detained and you're asking them if they're in the country illegally. Like, why would you have them detained if you didn't already know that? It says, Nick Sorter says that Portland police are actively colluding with and surrendering to Antifa. He announces he sent a scathing letter to the police chief demanding an internal investigation into his arrest. Yeah, don't be abusive of the power if you're sure you're in the right. That's right. There's no... Yeah, right. Unless he's already been convicted, if he's accused of a crime, he's a presumption of innocent. I mean, but that's the sketch. The thing. It's not sketchy. It's the thing with the immigration stuff. They kind of said it's not a criminal punishment to be deported. To say you're here illegally, it's just an automatic deportation. If you don't have a legal right to be in the country, it's just you don't have a legal right to be in the country. So, if you're, basically, if they know you're here illegally, there's no presumption of innocence that you're here illegally. They know you're here illegally. The question would be why, do you have some reason to be here. If he's a kid diddler, the only thing he has a right to is a bullet. You know, if he's a convicted kid diddler and they know this, then clearly maybe they're talking to him because they're not prosecuting, they're just deporting. Mm-hmm. Yeah. It was for the rest of the world to recognize these people are admitting they know they are here illegally. Okay. Okay. Yeah. Yeah, no, he was here. He's already convicted. They said he was previously convicted for that stuff. Portland Police Bureau and city leadership must be investigated by the FBI. I've been on the ground in Portland, ICE facility every day since Friday, and at this point, it's hard to even call them law enforcement. Independent reporter, former police officers. This guy's going to talk about what he's seen. He's been there watching what's going on.
The Portland Police Bureau is to blame for everything that's going on here in Portland. And I'll explain in a second. I am a retired Green Beret, former infantryman, retired Green Beret, and also a former police officer, not in the state of Oregon, thank God. Here's why they're to blame. I've been here since Friday, and every single thing that I have seen since I've been on the ground here, I can pin to the Portland Police Bureau. All they have to do is enforce 3 simple laws that are currently on the books. They are law enforcement officers, after all. The first one, disorderly conduct, but not just for fighting, for blocking traffic. It's listed in...
Okay. Okay. Rogue thought. It said funny and illegal could be caught 5 feet in the country and have rights. They have rights to not be like... They have some rights, like you can't just kill them. And so you have a right to life. You can't kill them. But if they're caught coming in the country like 5 feet in the country, if they don't like say the magic words, asylum... They would be subject to just immediate deportation. They could be immediately deported. So you just that would be the rights wouldn't be anything. But I mean, the rights would be like you couldn't strip search them there. I don't think you'd be violating those rights. You can't abuse them. You couldn't beat them and stuff like that. I mean, you couldn't start like asking them a bunch of questions about crimes and stuff and try to get evidence about crimes like other crimes, not because with the deep I don't think, but I mean, you could just immediately, the right would be like, oh, you're here illegally, you just stepped in and we caught you, and then they would just deport them. That's why Obama's numbers were so high on deportations, because they were counting all the people that they were just turning around and not letting in as deportations. Like someone would try to come in and they would say, no, you can't come in. And then they would say, that's a deportation. That's why Obama's deportation numbers were so high.
Oregon revised statutes. They can take care of that one. And here's a great example as to why.
Look at that. All these folks, man, they came down the street over here on the left, just in a straight line, and just made straight for the facility and went in there. They definitely deployed some OC spray because I tasted it. So I know that happened. I saw them arrest a couple people when they first came. The feds came out. Now, here's the crazy part. Is you have the protesters that are blocking the roadway right here. And then right across the street, don't know what that is, but then right across the street, you actually have Portland police that are sitting there. And it looks like they're gearing up and getting ready to go. So that's happening. I promise you that. Or are they packing up and leaving? They're leaving? No way. The police are leaving. Are the police leaving? You gotta be kidding me, man.
Now, that wasn't the only time that they just chose to ignore that type of disorderly conduct. There's another time where a Tesla ends up driving through, and that was before I got here. And look at the confusion it causes because they won't enforce statutes. Then that same day in the first video I showed you, this happened.
The weirdos are controlling the entire intersection. Oh, great. Great. Look at this. They're trying to stop the car. The car literally drove through. Now they got to come out. This lady was like, hell with it, I'm coming in. And you've got idiots trying to stop the car. And those white shirts, those are actually the Portland police that don't do anything.
So, again, disorderly conduct, not when it fits a narrative, but at all times. Don't let them block traffic. And that includes in the roadway in front of the ICE facility. Number 2, noise ordinance.
Oh no, that's not good. That's not smart.
Need some water? More tear gas.
There's people that live inside of that building, and you know what? They don't want to have their kids getting gassed on a daily basis. All of that CS gas makes its way in through the HVAC system that's choking people out. Now, the adults that smoke meth and crack and that live in the building that have drug problems, fine. They don't care. You know who does? The people, then the parents with children. If those parents don't care because they believe in the cause that deeply, they probably shouldn't be parents, to be perfectly honest with you. The very last thing that they need to enforce is freedom of movement. Nobody should be afraid to walk down a sidewalk and get assaulted.
Ready? You have to go with me.
Where are you
going? Through the camp.
Okay.
Yep.
No.
Unfortunately, I'm going.
Don't
so-
fucking touch me.
Get out of the way.
Don't fucking
Get
touch
out
me.
of the way.
No.
This is the sidewalk. Get out of the way.
Whoa, whoa, whoa.
Get-
Whoa.
You're no longer allowed to walk down the sidewalk in Portland, or else you're gonna get jumped and pushed and shoved and assaulted here. And we're live, right? We got it. Okay. So now you're gonna get assaulted. You're gonna be pushed. You're gonna be. Don't do it.
Now, the Portland police, following that incident, didn't even bother detaining anybody from Antifa that clearly was shoving and fighting Nick. And that's not the only incident where police failed upon reasonable suspicion to detain people and check them for weapons and then investigate a crime properly. These are the 3 things. Now, it's not just me that thinks that. I actually talked to some of the protesters as well. The protesters don't agree with everything I just said, FYI. But they also think the police are to blame because they're not putting out a clear and concise message. That clear and concise message should be, we're law enforcement officers. We enforce the law. These ones right here will probably keep the peace. You know, there's another thing that they call peace officers. Enforcing the law actually does keep some type of peace. So why don't they do that? Portland Police Bureau, you're to blame. If you would enforce those 3 simple ordinances, the White House wouldn't have anything to complain about. They wouldn't be trying to send in the National Guard. You can continue to do whatever hippie things you want to do throughout your city, but those 3 simple things, that'll take care of it.
That's cool. All right, everybody. We went about 4.5 hours, so I actually went like an hour over the extra hour. We didn't get into the second hour. We never did hit that goal for the second hour, but I kind of gave you the second hour anyway. So I hope everyone's happy. But I'm going to call it a night, and I'll see you all again on Wednesday night. Take care, and remember, come on back. Please hit the like button. Please subscribe if you haven't already. I really appreciate it. It helps. It really does help with the algorithm, and it helps with the stuff if you comment, or leave a comment, hit the like button, subscribe, all that stuff. It does help. It does help a lot, and I really appreciate it. And I will see you all again Wednesday night. Come on back for Jim to tell you the news. Later.